Welcome to the sleep hours, the only place where cartoons fall asleep before you do. So grab your blanket, tuck in your favorite plushie, and let's get weird. Tonight's story takes us to Polyneux Middle School on a morning when the rain never stopped tapping at the windows. The playground stayed empty. The air smelled of damp coats, and the halls were filled with the soft shuffle of indoor footsteps. It was on this quiet, gray day that Robot Jones, a boy unlike any other, discovered that even in the stillness of a rainy recess, small moments can leave the biggest impressions. So settle in, let the sound of the rain guide you, and drift into the calm of this story. The rain had been falling since the early hours, long before the first students arrived at Polyneux Middle School. It was the kind of rain that did not rush or roar, but instead settled in for the day, tapping gently yet persistently against every surface it touched. On the classroom windows it made a sound like the faint drumming of fingertips on glass, steady, unhurried, almost hypnotic. Outside, the sky was a muted expanse of gray, thick with low-hanging clouds that dimmed the morning light. The playground, usually bright and busy before the bell, was quiet now. Its asphalt glistened in the rain, collecting dark puddles and shallow dips. The painted lines for basketball and foursquare blurred. The rain had been falling since the early hours, long before the first students arrived at Polyneux Middle School. It was the kind of rain that did not rush or roar, but instead settled in for the day, tapping gently yet persistently against every surface it touched. On the classroom windows it made a sound like the faint drumming of fingertips on glass, steady, unhurried, almost hypnotic. Outside, the sky was a muted expanse of gray, thick with low-hanging clouds that dimmed the morning light. The playground, usually bright and busy before the bell, was quiet now. Its asphalt glistened in the rain, collecting dark puddles and shallow dips. The painted lines for basketball and foursquare blurred beneath the sheen of water. The swings hung motionless, their chains creaking faintly whenever a gust of wind brushed past. Inside, the classroom carried a different kind of stillness. The light from outside was cool and subdued, giving the room a softer look, while the overhead fluorescent tubes hummed quietly to fill the absence of sunshine. The air was faintly tinged with the smell of damp jackets, that earthy, rain-soaked scent, mixed with the subtle sharpness of wet fabric. The scent of paper and pencil shavings lingered beneath it, a reminder that this was a place for learning, even if the day's energy felt slowed by the weather. Beneath the sheen of water, the swings hung motionless, their chains creaking faintly whenever a gust of wind brushed past. Inside, the classroom carried a different kind of stillness. The light from outside was cool and subdued, giving the room a softer look, while the overhead fluorescent tubes hummed quietly to fill the absence of sunshine. The air was faintly tinged with the smell of damp jackets, that earthy, rain-soaked scent, mixed with the subtle sharpness of wet fabric. The scent of paper and pencil shavings lingered beneath it, a reminder that this was a place for learning, even if the day's energy felt slowed by the weather. As students came in from the hallway, the sounds they brought with them were gentler than usual. Footsteps on the linoleum were slower, less hurried. Backpacks slid onto desks with softer thuds, and voices dropped into a low, warm murmur that blended easily with the background patter of rain. It was as if the weather outside had pressed an invisible hand on everyone's shoulders, encouraging them to move at half their usual speed. At the back of the room, Robot Jones sat quietly, his sensors quietly logging the environment. Data scrolled in neat, invisible lines somewhere deep in his circuits. High atmospheric moisture detected. light levels below standard daylight parameters, air temperature, mildly cool. It was all simple information, but today it seemed to match the way the room felt calm, slowed, unhurried. The rain outside kept its steady rhythm. Occasionally, a stronger drop would land just right against the metal frame of the window, making a sharper ping that stood out from the softer backdrop. Beyond the glass, the trees swayed gently, their leaves wet and heavy. Every so often, a drop would slide down the glass in a slow, winding path, leaving a faint trail behind it. At the front of the classroom, the teacher prepared for the day, flipping through papers with a kind of measured patience that matched the pace of the morning. Her voice, when it finally rose above the rain, was warm, but certain there would be no outdoor recess today. The playground was too wet, the rain too steady. Instead, the students would spend that time indoors. The news didn't bring the usual ripples of chatter or protest. It was received with quiet acceptance, as if everyone had already guessed this would be the case the moment they saw the gray sky. The atmosphere in the room shifted slightly, not in disappointment, but in resignation to a slower, gentler kind of day. Some students pulled out books, already imagining the cozy corners they might find during recess. Others seemed content simply to sit and listen to the rain for a while. The bright, restless hum that often filled the mornings had been replaced with something softer, something that seemed to invite reflection. Robot Jones noted the change in pace, the way movements were fewer, and the volume of the room had dipped to a comfortable low. His sensors could measure these differences in a technical way, decibel levels, step counts, energy reading. But there was something beyond numbers in the air, something the rain had brought in with it. And so the morning continued, wrapped in the sound of water against glass, the muted light through the windows, and the shared understanding that the world outside was too wet and too gray to rush anywhere. The morning lessons began, but even they seemed to move at a different pace. Pages turned more slowly, pencils tapped less often. Every now and then, someone would pause mid-task, eyes drifting toward the window as if drawn there by the quiet insistence of the rain. Outside, the world was softened shapes, blurred by the misty air, colors muted into gentle tones. Even the occasional car passing by seemed to glide more carefully along the wet road. Inside, warmth gathered. Damp jackets were draped over chairbacks, slowly releasing their scent of rain into the room. Shoes left faint, dark marks on the floor near the door. The faint hum of the heater joined the rain's steady percussion, a low, constant sound that seemed to settle into the walls. Together, the noises formed an almost unnoticeable lullaby for the room, something that hummed just beneath conscious thought. Robot Jones, ever observant, absorbed the details in his own way. The patterns of water sliding down the glass, the slight variations in tone when the rain hit different surfaces. The way the light from outside changed by degrees as clouds shifted overhead, not enough to brighten the room, but enough to cast shadows that moved like slow tides across the desks. Somewhere in the middle of the lesson, the overhead lights flickered once, responding to a brief change in the building's power. No one panicked. No one even spoke. The flicker was just another quiet reminder that today's weather had its own rhythm, one everyone was following without really meaning to. From time to time, the teacher would pause to glance toward the windows herself as though reassured by the sight of the steady rain. Her voice remained soft, never pushing against the atmosphere that had settled over the class. Instructions were given slowly. Pauses were allowed to stretch a little longer. Even the clock seemed to tick in a way that matched the rain evenly, steadily, without rush. The students' movements became small and deliberate, a hand reaching for an eraser, a pencil rolling slightly and being caught before it could fall. the subtle rustle of notebook paper. Each sound, normally lost in a busier day, seemed to stand out in the softened air. Robot continued to record his observations, but somewhere in the background of his systems, there was a subtle shift. It was not data he was processing, not facts about temperature or humidity. It was the feel of the moment, the unspoken agreement among everyone in the room that the day was best approached slowly. The smell of rain grew fainter as the jackets began to dry. Still, its memory lingered in the air, woven into the fabric of the day. The outside world remained the same wet, gray, and patient, but inside, there was a quiet comfort, like being wrapped in a blanket you didn't realize you needed. The morning wore on in this way, each minute sliding into the next without hurry. The usual sharp edges of the school day, the rush to finish a worksheet, the burst of noise between activities, seemed smoothed over, replaced with something softer. Even the anticipation of recess felt different now. There would be no running to the playground, no chasing across the field. Instead, there would be the hallways, the quiet corners, the simple company of friends indoors. Robot Jones registered this difference, storing it in a place where numbers and measurements couldn't quite reach. For now, the rain outside would continue, and so would the calm it had brought with it. The morning, it seemed, had no intention of letting go of its slower rhythm. The clock on the wall moved steadily toward recess, though it didn't feel like it was hurrying. Time seemed to be keeping pace with the weather, deliberate, measured, unwilling to rush. The sound of the rain remained constant, but the occasional shift in wind sent it brushing more firmly against the glass, creating a different texture in its rhythm, as though the day itself was stretching and settling deeper into its own stillness. The room had grown warmer now, though not uncomfortably so. The earlier chill from damp clothing had faded, replaced by the kind of slow, comfortable heat that made shoulders loosen and eyes wander. A few students leaned their chins into their hands, staring at their papers with a softness in their gaze that suggested their thoughts were elsewhere, perhaps watching the rain in their mind, even while their eyes stayed on their desks. Robot Jones noticed the way movements became smaller as the minutes passed. A page turned here. A pencil erased a quiet mistake there. A shoe tapped against the floor, but not in impatience, more in a kind of unconscious rhythm, keeping time with the patter outside. His processors could have tracked every sound, measuring the intervals and patterns, but for some reason, it felt unnecessary. The sounds didn't need to be dissected. They simply were. When the teacher glanced up from her desk, she seemed to share the room's quiet understanding. No rush to squeeze in more work before the break. No raised voice to redirect wandering attention. Just the steady flow of the lesson, as gentle as the rain outside. She adjusted a stack of papers, the motion slow and unforced, before writing a small note on the board, a reminder of the indoor recess ahead. The idea of it settled in the room like another layer of calm. In a way, the students had already begun their recess without realizing it. Their bodies had slowed, their voices had softened, their focus had drifted in the direction of the rain. The only thing missing was the official moment when the bell would invite them into that unstructured time. A few chairs creaked as students shifted, perhaps beginning to think about where they would go once recess began. Some would gather in the hallways, sitting in small clusters against the walls. Others might stay in the classroom, choosing to draw, read, or simply look out at the rain. The day offered no bright sunlight or wide-open playground, but it offered its own kind of space, quieter, closer, more thoughtful. Robot Jones stored the thought away, that sometimes Change in routine didn't mean less, just different. The softness in the air, the dimmed light, the way the sound of rain wrapped around the walls, all of it, was shaping a kind of recess that wasn't about running or shouting. It was about simply being. As the minutes ticked closer, the scent of drying jackets and paper filled the air more fully. A few drops still clung stubbornly to sleeves, catching the light from the windows. Outside, the puddles deepened, each one shivering gently as new raindrops found its surface. The playground's painted hopscotch squares were almost completely hidden now beneath a thin reflective sheet of water. Inside, the room's hum of quiet activity felt like a prelude to the slower moments to come. Even Robot, who didn't tire in the way humans did, could sense the appeal of what lay ahead a stretch of time without specific tasks, where the main activity would be the passing of minutes in a world softened by rain. The bell would ring soon. But for now, the morning held on to its gentle pace, letting every sound, every movement, every shift of light belong to this moment alone. The hands of the clock edged toward the recess bell, the minute hand moving with a steadiness that felt in harmony with the rain. The room breathed in unison with the weather, long, quiet inhales and unhurried exhales that no one noticed themselves taking. The teacher's pen scratched gently across a sheet of paper at her desk. Somewhere in the back, a book closed with a soft thud, the sound followed by the faint slide of it being returned into a backpack. The steady hum of the lights continued above, blending with the patter on the glass until the two sounds seemed inseparable, as if the rain was inside the room and the electricity was outside. The rain itself had grown slightly heavier now, not by much, but enough to deepen its tone. Each drop seemed more deliberate, carrying just a little more weight as it fell. On the far side of the playground, the low branches of a tree shook as a breeze moved through, scattering droplets in a gentle arc. Beneath it, the ground was already saturated, every blade of grass bending under its own dampness. Robot Jones registered the change in sound outside without focusing on it. The distinction between light and heavier rain was filed away alongside countless other observations, but what mattered more was the way it felt to sit here, in the quiet rhythm of a room waiting for its next pause in the day. Students began to shift a little more often now, an unspoken awareness that the bell was close. Chairs scraped softly against the floor. Pencil cases were zipped shut. A hand reached into a desk to tuck away a half-finished worksheet. All of it was done without rush, but with a shared understanding. Soon the morning lesson would give way to that small, protected pocket of free time. The classroom air was warmer now than it had been at the start of the day. Jackets were almost dry, though the faint scent of rain still clung to them. It mixed with the smell of paper and wood from the desks, creating something faintly comforting like the inside of a library on a wet afternoon. Outside the window, the basketball hoops stood unused, their backboards darkened by the damp. Water clung to the nets in tiny beads, some of them falling slowly, one by one, as if reluctant to let go. A single swing swayed slightly in the breeze, its motion barely visible, but enough to suggest that even in stillness, the playground hadn't entirely gone to sleep. The teacher glanced at the clock, then at the room. The smallest of smiles touched her face, perhaps, because she could sense what everyone else was sensing too. The rain had slowed the day's pulse, and now recess would simply carry that feeling forward. Robot Jones sat as motionless as the swing outside, but in his own quiet way, he was prepared for the change in pace. His systems didn't crave rest, but he could recognize the value of a moment where nothing urgent needed to be done. The rain outside had turned the day into something softer, and soon that softness would fill the hallways just as it had filled this room. The bell was seconds away. The rain tapped a steady rhythm on the windows, as if keeping time for the moment that would come next. The seconds seemed to loosen their hold on the clock, each one passing as though it had all the time in the world. In that stillness, small details began to feel magnified, the faint scratch of a pencil across paper, the quiet cough from somewhere near the front, the way the rain sound shifted ever so slightly when a gust of wind pressed it harder against the glass. From where Robot Jones sat, the view outside was an ever-changing pattern. Droplets ran in winding paths down the pane, some joining others and becoming larger before sliding away entirely. The playground below reflected the gray sky so clearly that the surface looked like a mirror, one interrupted only by the rippling circles where fresh raindrops landed. Within the classroom, the students had entered an unspoken rhythm. Some continued to work, eyes moving slowly over their pages, while others had let their pencils rest entirely, their attention drifting elsewhere. The teacher didn't seem to mind. She understood, perhaps, that on days like this, the atmosphere was as much a lesson as anything in the books. The heater along the wall released a faint hiss every so often, its warm air curling towards the nearest desks. Those seated closest instinctively leaned into it, while others remained in their places, content to watch the light outside shift in barely noticeable shades. The clouds moved lazily overhead, thickening in some places, thinning in others, but never giving way to the sun. Robot's internal systems kept steady readings. The temperature had risen by a fraction of a degree since the first students arrived. Humidity inside had decreased slightly as coats and hair dried, and light levels remained consistent within the dim range. Yet these numbers felt almost like background noise compared to the quiet presence of the rain itself. The sound wrapped around everything, the desks, the walls, the floor, until it felt less like something happening outside and more like a part of the room. Every so often, a student would glance toward the door, half expecting the bell to sound, but then return to whatever small task they were doing. The waiting wasn't impatient. It was simply another part of the morning's flow. Somewhere down the hall, a locker closed with a soft, metallic thud. Footsteps followed, slow and measured, the sound fading quickly into the distance. The rest of the building seemed to share this same gentleness, as though every corner had agreed to match the calm of the rain. Robot Jones recorded the faint vibrations of those distant footsteps, noting their direction and speed, but even this data felt less important than the mood it created. In his memory banks, the morning was becoming not just a set of readings, but a collection of impressions, warmth against the cool of the rain, the subtle rhythm of stillness, the softened edges of sound. The classroom clock ticked again, another minute gone. Somewhere in the background, a page turned. The teacher wrote a small note at the corner of her desk, her pen making a faint, even line across the paper. The rain continued, steady and unbothered, marking the time in its own way. The rain's gentle rhythm became almost a pulse within the room, a quiet heartbeat that filled every corner. Each drop that slid down the window left a faint trail behind, twisting and curving in ways that seemed entirely deliberate, even though nature had no plan. From the perspective of the classroom, it looked like tiny rivers racing toward the bottom of the glass, carrying with them the reflection of gray clouds above and the soft blur of trees beyond the playground. Inside, the students moved with care, their motions softened by the weather and the subdued light. Hands reached slowly for notebooks, pencils lifted and rested, pages turned with deliberate gentleness. Even the small sounds of the classroom, a chair scraping lightly, the faint rustle of paper were dulled by the soft accompaniment of rain. The overall effect was one of calm concentration, an almost meditative state imposed by the steady, unrelenting drizzle outside. Robot Jones, ever vigilant, absorbed each nuance. He tracked patterns in the falling water, noting the speed, the thickness of the droplets, the way some merged and others split apart. Yet beyond the technical details, there was a quiet, almost ineffable quality to the morning that he could not measure. The stillness had a texture, a softness that seemed to settle over everything, encouraging patience and gentle observation. Occasionally, the wind would shift, sending a stronger gust against the windows. The droplets rattled slightly, and the classroom seemed to lean into the sound for a brief moment. The students' attention drawn outward before returning to the tasks at hand. Even the hum of the fluorescent lights above seemed to respond, a faint modulation that blended seamlessly with the ambient noise of rain and distant footsteps in the hallway. The smell of dampness lingered, faint but persistent. A combination of wet jackets, shoes, and the faintly sweet, earthy scent carried in from outside. It mingled with the smell of paper and pencils, creating a layered aroma that was subtle but comforting. It was the kind of smell that invited stillness, that seemed to tell the body and mind that there was no need to rush. The time could be allowed to flow slowly. Every now and then, a student would glance toward the windows, watching the playground with quiet fascination. The swings, motionless, caught a few stray droplets on their chains, which shimmered faintly as the light shifted. The basketball hoops stood waiting in silence, their backboards darkened by wetness, reflecting the dull sky above. Even the painted lines on the asphalt had taken on a softened look, blurred and reflective beneath the persistent drizzle. Robot Jones continued his observations, filing away these details not as data points, but as experiences. He noted the soft coordination of sound, the visual patterns, the way the room itself seemed to exhale alongside the rain. Each moment was captured in his memory banks, a slow accumulation of impressions that might never be repeated exactly the same way again. As the minutes ticked on, the anticipation of recess grew quietly, like a soft current beneath the stillness. There was no urgency, no pressure, only the gentle awareness that soon the bell would ring and the room would shift into a new rhythm. But until then, every small sound and movement was allowed to exist fully in its own right, appreciated in the way that only a truly slow morning can be. The rain outside intensified slightly, each drop striking the glass with a subtle insistence that was almost musical. It created a shifting pattern of light and shadow as the clouds moved above, casting a soft, dappled effect over desks and chairs. The students remained calm, their movements deliberate, their thoughts perhaps wandering beyond the classroom, carried along by the hypnotic cadence of falling water. Robot Jones' sensors detected these changes without fanfare, recording variations in light, moisture, and sound. But in a way, these were secondary to the experience itself, a morning steeped in quiet observation, where every moment was felt more than understood, absorbed more than analyzed. The rain continued to patter against the glass in a soft, unbroken rhythm. Each drop seemed to hold its own small world within it, catching reflections of the gray sky and the dark, wet playground below. The patterns they formed were never identical, a gentle reminder that even in repetition there was variety. From the perspective of the classroom, these tiny variations were mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. A private show staged for anyone who chose to watch. Inside, the students had settled into their own quiet routines. Fingers traced the edges of notebooks. Pencils moved with slow deliberation, and the occasional page flipped in soft, almost inaudible rustles. Every movement seemed magnified against the gentle backdrop of rainfall, each sound more pronounced simply because there was nothing louder to compete with it. The air itself seemed to encourage calm, settling the energy of the room into a smooth, measured flow. Robot Jones observed it all without judgment. The subtle harmonies of sound, light, and movement created a tapestry that no calculation could fully describe. He noted the tiny details, the way a raindrop curved as it reached the bottom of a window pane, the faint shimmer of wet asphalt on the playground, the muted reflections of leaf-covered branches in the puddles outside. But beyond these, there was a feeling soft, persistent, and undeniable that the day had slowed to a rhythm all its own. The light through the windows shifted with the movement of clouds. Shadows stretched and contracted across the classroom floor, merging briefly with the darkened streaks where the rain had clung to the glass. A lone gust of wind rattled a corner of the window frame, and for a moment it seemed as though the rain had decided to change its pace, tapping more insistently. But even this shift was gentle, an imperceptible variation that kept the atmosphere unhurried and calm. The scent of damp jackets continued to mingle with the warmth of the room, a combination that was both fresh and comforting. Occasionally, the faint metallic tang of pencil lead drifted upward, adding a subtle contrast to the earthy aroma of rain-soaked fabric. Together, these smells created a sensory landscape that encouraged slow, thoughtful observation, making the world inside the classroom feel intimate and safe. Movement in the room remained sparse but deliberate. A student adjusted a sleeve, a pencil rolled softly and was caught before hitting the floor. A notebook was shifted slightly to the side. Each motion was small, measured, and deliberate, echoing the calm that had settled over the entire space. Even the hum of the fluorescent lights seemed to join in, a steady, gentle note that blended seamlessly with the rain's rhythm outside. Outside, the playground remained a still, reflective sheet of wetness. Puddles formed little mirror-like pools, capturing the faint gray of the sky and the distorted shapes of nearby trees. The basketball hoops were empty, their nets dripping with tiny beads of water that fell at irregular intervals. A swing moved almost imperceptibly in the breeze, a single line tracing a slow arc through the damp air. Each tiny motion reminded the classroom that the world outside continued, patient and persistent, while inside, stillness reigned. Robot Jones stored these impressions carefully, not as data points, but as moments, each one distinct, each one carrying its own quiet significance. There was a sense of peace in the way everything was unfolding, a delicate balance between motion and stillness, sound and silence, expectation and acceptance. Time seemed to stretch in the room, minutes feeling longer than usual, as if the rain itself had the power to bend the day into something softer. Students' attention wandered gently, focusing briefly on tasks and then drifting back to the window, to the rain, to the small, serene world that the classroom had become. The anticipation of recess hung lightly in the air like a distant note in a melody that hadn't yet fully arrived. There was no rush, no anxiousness, only a quiet understanding that soon the next part of the day would begin, and that for now, every sound, every sight, every subtle movement was meant to be absorbed and appreciated fully. The classroom seemed to exist in a suspended bubble, separate from the rush of the outside world. Rain continued its soft, unbroken pattern against the windows, each drop falling with a rhythm that was both predictable and endlessly varied. Tiny rivulets twisted down the glass, converging, splitting, racing in slow competitions that no one was keeping score of, yet every observer felt compelled to follow. Inside, The students had grown quieter still, almost as if the rain itself had whispered them into a state of calm observation. Fingers tapped lightly on the surfaces of desks, pencils hovered mid-air before completing their movements, and the occasional shuffle of shoes on the floor became a deliberate, almost ceremonial act. Each sound seemed magnified by the surrounding silence, each motion a subtle echo of the soft patter outside. The air carried a mixture of scents that had blended into something uniquely comforting. Damp jackets released their lingering moisture, combining with the faint smell of pencil-lead paper, while the distant aroma of wet earth filtered in through the slightly open windows. The result was a sensory environment that invited stillness, a quiet atmosphere that encouraged the mind to wander gently without fear of disruption. Robot Jones continued his internal monitoring, but he was less concerned with measurements now than with the overall impression of the morning. Light levels shifted subtly as clouds drifted across the sky, casting ever-changing shadows that crawled across desks and the floor. He noted the variations in tone and hue, the interplay between the dim indoor lighting and the muted daylight from outside. Even the hum of the fluorescent lights seemed softer today, blending seamlessly with the rain to create a continuous, soothing background. Occasionally, the wind shifted, pressing harder against the windows and causing a momentary increase in the intensity of the rainfall. The droplets struck with slightly more force, creating faint, staccato notes in the otherwise steady rhythm. The classroom responded as though it were part of the same system. Students shifted gently in their seats. Pens were picked up and set down with care, and a quiet attentiveness settled over the space once again. The playground outside was a study in contrast. Empty swings swayed slowly, their chains dripping with rainwater, and the basketball hoops stood dark and still, their nets heavy with moisture. Puddles shimmered with the reflection of the gray sky, tiny circles expanding outward as new drops landed. Each detail, though small, contributed to the atmosphere of quiet observation that pervaded the classroom, a sense of being suspended in a moment that existed outside of time. Within this calm, small patterns emerged. Raindrops raced down the glass, occasionally merging and splitting in intricate, unpredictable paths. The slight ripple of wind sent gentle vibrations through the window pane, adding a subtle, ever-changing texture to the sounds within the room. The students' focus drifted naturally between their immediate tasks and these subtle phenomena, moving their attention like slow, deliberate waves that returned again and again to the window. Robot Jones' internal sensors recorded everything: the light levels, the humidity, the sounds, but beyond these data points, there was a growing awareness of mood, of ambience. The rain had altered the rhythm of the day, slowing the usual cadence and replacing it with a measured, deliberate pace that encouraged observation and quiet reflection. He noted the way the room seemed to breathe in time with the weather outside, the way stillness and sound combined to create a gentle, enveloping calm. Even the anticipation of recess carried a different quality today. There was no urgency, no restless fidgeting. The students seemed to sense that the world outside, though tempting, would have to wait, and that the indoor space, quiet, protected, softened by the rain, was its own form of exploration. Time continued its slow march toward the moment when the bell would signal the transition. The rain, steady and patient, provided a soundtrack to every small sound and movement, reinforcing the subtle rhythm of the classroom. The students' senses were tuned to the soft cadence of water against glass, the muted light and shadow playing across the desks, and the gentle, persistent hum of the room itself. The classroom seemed to settle even deeper into its calm. Each second stretched gently, unhurried, as if the rain itself had slowed time to match its own steady rhythm. The soft patter on the windows became a lullaby for those present, drawing attention outward while also keeping a quiet watch over every small movement inside. The students, once energetic in the early morning, now moved with a delicate attentiveness. Pencils hovered above paper before touching down. Notebooks shifted slightly as hands reached for erasers, and even the faint creak of chairs sounded like part of the same ongoing symphony. Every sound, no matter how small, carried weight in this softened world, and every motion seemed more deliberate, as though the room itself had asked for gentle participation. Outside, the playground glistened under the rain. Puddles collected at the low points, reflecting the dull, silvery sky in miniature mirrors. Swings swayed slowly in the breeze, and the basketball nets held tiny beads of water that clung stubbornly before releasing them in small, irregular drops. Each of these quiet movements contributed to the atmosphere inside, sending subtle vibrations of observation and patience into the room. The light through the windows continued its gentle dance. Clouds shifted imperceptibly, altering shadows on the floor and desks with delicate nuance. A darker patch would pass over, then give way to a slightly lighter one, creating a soft ebb and flow of illumination that made the classroom feel alive in its stillness. Even the fluorescent lights above seemed to adjust, their glow blending seamlessly with the natural variations of the day. Robot Jones' sensors recorded everything: the drop patterns on the glass, the rise and fall of sound, the faint shift of temperature as students' damp jackets gradually dried. Yet beyond this factual observation, there was a more subtle impression taking hold. The morning had become a lesson, not in academics, but in the simple, mindful awareness of time, of presence, and of the quiet beauty in small, everyday details. A faint murmur of anticipation began to weave through the room. Students adjusted their positions slightly, leaning back into chairs or curling their fingers around pencils, as though they were aware, without speaking, that a change was approaching. The rain continued, patient and unhurried, as though it too recognized the coming moment, keeping the pace slow, deliberate, and uninterrupted. The smell of damp jackets had lessened now, mingling with the lingering scent of pencil shavings and paper to create a warm, enveloping aura. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it carried with it a reassurance, a quiet comfort that invited patience and reflection. Every sensory detail, from the gentle hum of the lights to the soft patter of rain, worked together to form a cocoon-like atmosphere, a protective pause in the flow of the day. Minutes continued to slide into one another, seamless and gentle. The anticipation of recess, though present, was diffused by the calm. Students did not fidget or rush. Instead, they absorbed the environment, letting the sound of the rain, the shifting light, and the soft movement of the classroom fill them with quiet energy. It was a shared experience of stillness, subtle yet profound, one that touched every corner of the room. And then quietly, almost imperceptibly, the morning reached its natural turning point. The bell would soon announce the start of indoor recess, but the classroom had already begun the transition in spirit. The soft rhythm of rain, the gentle light, the muted scents, and the calm, measured movements of students all converged into a single, lingering sense of readiness. The world outside remained wet, gray, and patient, while inside, the room braced itself gently for the subtle excitement of the next phase of the day. In this way, the morning held its last few moments of slow, immersive stillness. The classroom, suspended between quiet observation and the forthcoming stir of indoor activity absorbed every detail of rain, shadow, and scent. Every student, every desk, every small sound was part of the same fluid moment, a lull before the gentle wave of recess would carry them into the hallways. For Robot Jones, the experience was catalogued carefully, not just as data, but as a memory of soft light, persistent rain, and measured calm. A quiet morning unlike any other, ready to unfold into the subtle adventures of an indoor recess, shaped by weather, friends, and the gentle rhythm of a rainy day. The bell rang softly, its tone gentle rather than sharp, a quiet invitation rather than a summons. For a brief moment, the classroom seemed to pause, absorbing the sound as if it had always been part of the rain's rhythm. Slowly, students began to rise, their movements deliberate and unhurried. Chairs scraped lightly against the floor. Pencils and papers were gathered with care, and the air filled with the soft shuffle of footsteps moving toward the hallways. The hallway itself was transformed by the rain. Puddles collected near the lockers, reflections shimmering under the muted overhead lights. The walls, once bright and familiar, now felt softened, their colors subdued by the wet light filtering in from the windows at each end of the corridor. The faint smell of wet coats and shoes lingered, mingling with the familiar scent of polished floors and school cleaning supplies. Robot Jones moved alongside his classmates, his mechanical limbs quiet, almost reverent in their motion. He observed the way small groups of students clustered naturally along the walls, leaning against lockers, curling into corners, and speaking in hushed tones that carried just above the soft hum of the heating vents. It was a different kind of recess, one shaped not by the open playground, but by the cozy, contained spaces of the indoor hallways. Footsteps echoed softly, rhythmic and measured, as students shifted from one spot to another. Some carried books or notebooks with them. Others simply allowed their hands to fall into their pockets or clasped them behind their backs. The rain outside continued its steady percussion, tapping against distant windows and sliding slowly down the glass, creating a backdrop that felt almost musical, a slow accompaniment to every soft sound within the hall. Here and there, puddles caught reflections of students' faces, and the muted colors of the walls, creating shifting images that rippled with each passing step. Robot observed these reflections carefully, noting the subtle distortions, the soft movement of light across wet surfaces, and the way each reflection seemed slightly different from the last. Even in the smallest details, there was a quiet complexity and elegance that the rain seemed to bring out in everything it touched. Small clusters of friends had already formed. A few leaned against the lockers, talking quietly, their words low and gentle, punctuated only by occasional soft laughter. Others gathered near windows, pointing occasionally to raindrops racing downward, tracing invisible paths that caught their attention without the need for urgency. The hallway had become a sanctuary of calm observation, a place where time itself seemed to have slowed, shaped by the sound, the smell, and the gentle gray light of a rainy day. Robot Jones noted the rhythm of the space. Footsteps, whispers, the faint creak of locker doors, the soft hum of lights overhead, and the ever-present patter of rain outside all combined into a single flowing movement. Each element contributed to the hall's quiet energy, a dynamic but serene pulse that everyone seemed to move in time with, even without realizing it. As Robot wandered, he noticed familiar faces, Socks and Mitch among them, already engaged in quiet conversation. Their gestures were relaxed, their voices soft, and the way they moved suggested an ease that the outdoor chaos of a normal recess would never allow. It was a new kind of connection, one shaped by patience and proximity rather than noise and motion. The rain's steady accompaniment continued, sometimes shifting slightly as a gust pressed harder against the windows. Each subtle variation altered the hall's ambience, causing reflections to ripple more quickly, footsteps to echo differently, and conversations to pause just long enough for the room to breathe with the sound. Robot recorded all of it silently, cataloging the textures, rhythms, and movements, but also sensing something beyond data, a feeling of calm, of connection, of a day slowed for reflection and quiet companionship. The hallway stretched ahead, a quiet river of muted colors, polished floors, and the occasional shimmer of reflected raindrops. Robot Jones moved slowly, observing the patterns of movement around him. Each student's step had its own rhythm, a subtle variation in speed and pressure that combined into a soft, collective cadence. Even the faint scrape of a chair being nudged, or the click of a locker closing, added to the understated symphony of indoor recess. Socks and Mitch were nestled near a window, their small forms leaning against the cool glass as they spoke in hushed tones. Robot approached them, careful not to disturb the flow of conversation or the calm energy of the space. The three of them together formed a quiet cluster, a private circle in the midst of the subdued activity of the hall. Through the window, droplets traced winding paths down the glass, occasionally merging with one another before splashing lightly onto the sill. The students watched, pointing occasionally, fingers tracing the movement of the water. It was not a game of hurry or competition, but a shared fascination, a quiet meditation on something as simple as rain falling. Robot Jones found himself drawn into the subtle beauty of it, observing not just the water, but the way his friends' expressions softened, how their eyes followed patterns that shifted almost imperceptibly with each passing second. Footsteps echoed softly along the hall, coming and going like gentle waves. Some students wandered past in pairs or small groups, their conversations low, their laughter subdued. The air smelled faintly of wet coats, polished floors, and the lingering freshness of rain from outside. It was a sensory mix that invited stillness, a subtle contrast to the usual chaos of recess on a bright, sunny day. Robot Jones observed Socks and Mitch's interactions with particular interest. They spoke of hobbies and interests in quiet, careful tones, describing them not as instructions, but as shared thoughts, almost like the soft exchange of ideas between notes in a song. Each gesture, each glance, carried meaning without hurry. Robot, though not human, recognized the rhythms of attention, of thought and reaction, and cataloged them silently, appreciating the gentle harmony of social exchange. A puddle reflected the gray sky outside, distorted by ripples, created when a droplet finally fell from the window above. Socks pointed to it, tilting his head slightly, and Mitch nodded in acknowledgement. Robot watched the moment unfold, noting the ease of their connection, a soft, patient engagement with both each other and the world outside. In this way, indoor recess had transformed from mere waiting into something quiet, observational, and shared, its tempo set by rain, reflection, and gentle companionship. The light from the windows shifted slowly as clouds drifted across the sky. Shadows stretched across the polished hallway floor, blending and separating in patterns that changed almost imperceptibly. Robot's sensors recorded these nuances, but beyond the factual observations was the subtle effect they had on mood. The world seemed slower, softer, and more deliberate. It invited contemplation rather than action, observation rather than haste. Even the sounds of movement carried a measured quality. Steps were muted by socks on floors or careful pacing. Conversations were held at a volume that preserved the overall calm, and the faint hum of overhead lights blended seamlessly with the percussive rhythm of rainfall. Every element, sound, light, reflection, scent, worked together to create a cohesive, soothing atmosphere, one that encouraged the students to engage in slow, deliberate interaction. Robot Jones' attention shifted between the reflection of the rain, the gestures of Socks and Mitch, and the faint, almost imperceptible shifts in ambient sound. He cataloged the interplay of these variables, not merely as data, but as a coherent experience. There was an elegance in the simplicity of indoor recess on a rainy day, a slow unfolding of quiet moments, each one gently layered upon the next. Moments passed without urgency. Pencils were twirled absent-mindedly in fingers. Jackets shifted slightly as students leaned against walls, and small, whispered exchanges floated gently into the calm air. The rhythm of indoor recess had no competition, no rush to be first or fastest. Instead, it was a collective movement in time with the subtle cues of environment, mood, and companionship. The three of them lingered near the window, the rain outside providing a constant, gentle soundtrack. Each droplet's descent was unpredictable, yet soothing, creating a soft, irregular rhythm that contrasted with the measured pace of the students' movements inside the hallway. The reflection of their own faces in the puddled glass added another layer of quiet fascination, distorted and shifting as they leaned closer or adjusted their stance. Sock spoke softly, gesturing with a relaxed hand toward the tiny rivulets racing downward. Mitch leaned slightly, nodding in understanding, his gaze following the winding paths as if he could predict their course. Robot Jones observed both friends with focused attention, his processors noting their subtle expressions, the cadence of their voices, and the unhurried motions that accompanied every comment. There was no need for loud laughter or animated gestures here. The calm atmosphere allowed conversation to unfold naturally, layered with observation and gentle curiosity. Footsteps continued to echo in the background, muted and sporadic. A pair of students passed by, speaking softly to each other, while someone further down the hall paused to watch a particularly large drop trickle down a window pane. The rain outside dictated a slow tempo, and everyone inside seemed to align, consciously or unconsciously, with its gentle insistence. Robots stored these details meticulously, not simply as measurements, but as a mental map of calm interaction, a quiet symphony of human movement, sound, and expression. The hall smelled faintly of wet jackets and polished floors, a subtle layering of scents that shifted as the day progressed. Occasionally, the faint aroma of pencils and paper drifted from the classroom behind them, mingling with the rain's freshness to create a sensory experience that was soft yet vivid. Robot noticed the way small details, a finger tapping lightly on a notebook, the slight tilt of a head, the soft sigh accompanying a thought contributed to the overall tranquility of the moments. Socks and Mitch shared ideas about hobbies, describing them in deliberate tones, letting words flow slowly as if measured by the rain itself. They spoke not to impress, but to share, to extend understanding quietly to one another. Robot listened attentively, recognizing patterns in their dialogue, the subtle give and take of attention, and the gentle way each person responded to the other. Even in the absence of overt excitement, there was depth and connection, a quiet layering of experience that filled the hall with understated energy. Outside, the playground remained a glimmering mirror, puddles reflecting clouds, swings, and distant trees in patterns that rippled with each new drop. The clouds shifted imperceptibly, changing the light in slow gradients that painted the hallway with soft shadows. The overall effect was almost hypnotic, a steady, flowing rhythm that encouraged thoughtfulness, patience, and quiet observation. Robot found himself immersed, not just in the factual data of the scene, but in its mood, its tempo, and its gentle emotional resonance. As time passed, the hallway seemed to stretch, elongated by the slow pace of movement and the unbroken sound of rainfall. Students adjusted their positions, leaning casually against walls, shifting weight from one foot to another, or simply observing. There was no hurry to play or move elsewhere. Indoor recess on this day had become an experience of measured awareness, a space to notice the world in its details and find calm within its small, repeated patterns. Robot Jones followed each subtle cue, a glance, a pause, a shared gesture, noting the interaction between environment and emotion. He recognized that the quiet setting, shaped by rain and indoor confinement, allowed for moments of connection that might otherwise go unnoticed. The interplay between reflection, observation, and soft conversation created a layered, contemplative experience that felt as much about perception as about interaction. Puddles along the hallway floor caught fragments of light and color, the shifting reflections creating abstract patterns that invited further attention. Fingers occasionally traced lines on the polished surface, small ripples extending outward, merging with the reflections of faces and walls. Each movement, however minimal, added to the living texture of the hall, and Robot absorbed it all silently, cataloging both the physical and emotional resonance of the moment. Even the soft murmur of conversation carried a rhythm, punctuated occasionally by a quiet laugh or a thoughtful sigh. Socks, Mitch, and Robot maintained a gentle dialogue, their voices harmonizing with the larger, unhurried symphony of the rainy recess. Each word, each gesture, each pause contributed to an atmosphere of shared calm, where time seemed to stretch and focus shifted to the subtle interplay of observation and interaction. The rain outside continued its steady rhythmic fall, each droplet like a tiny percussion instrument striking the glass. The sound seemed to slow the hallway's pulse even further, turning each movement into a deliberate, considered act. Robot Jones observed Socks and Mitch with heightened awareness, noting how they adjusted their posture to lean comfortably against the cool window, how their eyes followed patterns in the rain, and how subtle gestures punctuated their quiet conversation. Socks spoke of hobbies he had tried recently, explaining the sensation of painting on canvas, the way the brush felt in his hand, and the pleasure of seeing colors blend slowly into new forms. Mitch nodded thoughtfully, his own eyes fixed on a puddle near the base of the window, the reflection of clouds and trees dancing across its surface. He added his own experiences, the calm focus of folding paper into precise shapes, the quiet satisfaction of completing a small, delicate model. Robot observed silently, capturing both the physical and emotional components of their words, noting the gentle cadence of human curiosity and interest. The hallway seemed to expand with each small exchange, stretching to accommodate the stillness of the day. Footsteps of passing students echoed softly into the distance, blending with the constant patter of rain and the occasional creak of a locker door. Light from the overcast sky shifted imperceptibly, casting a gentle glow that moved across faces and walls, highlighting the subtle textures of the hallway's surfaces. Reflections in the polished floor shimmered faintly, disturbed only by the occasional shuffle of a foot or the ripple of a puddle. Robot's sensors cataloged the environment meticulously. Light intensity, temperature, the motion of people, even the frequency and amplitude of the soft voices around him. But more than data, he began to perceive patterns, the way moments unfolded slowly yet deliberately, each one leading seamlessly into the next. The hallway, with its muted colors and gentle acoustics, became a space where attention naturally settled on the small and the nuanced, the glint of water, the tilt of a head, the rhythm of words spoken quietly. Mitch pointed toward a larger puddle at the far end of the hall, noticing how the rain's droplets created concentric circles that overlapped and merged. Socks leaned closer, fascinated by the movement, tracing the paths with his finger in the air, imagining the invisible lines that connected each ripple. Robot observed, noting the human tendency to find patterns and connections even in such transient phenomena, and found a sense of admiration for the patient focus they displayed. The smell of wet jackets, mixed with polished wood, and the faint trace of rain lingered in the hallway. It was subtle, almost comforting, a reminder of the day outside and the shelter of the building inside. Robot registered the combination of scents, not just as molecules in the air, but as part of the overall sensory experience that shaped the mood of the hall. There was a cohesion in these subtle details, an unspoken agreement between environment and behavior that encouraged a slow, reflective state. Every so often, a student wandered past, pausing briefly to observe the rain or to exchange a few quiet words with a friend. Their movements were unhurried, almost ceremonial in their gentleness. The echoes of their footsteps, soft and uneven, joined the larger rhythm of rain and conversation, creating a symphony of calm that filled the entire space. Robot's attention moved seamlessly between these moments, cataloging both the physical patterns and the subtle emotional undertones present in the interaction. Socks continued his conversation, describing the satisfaction of learning a new rhythm on a musical instrument, the way his fingers felt against keys and strings, and the slow joy of mastering a small phrase. Mitch listened intently, adding his own reflections on similar experiences, the patience required, the quiet pride in achieving something small but meaningful. Robot noted how each idea was communicated softly, without haste, and how the conversation itself became a kind of shared meditation, shaped by attention, curiosity, and the soothing presence of rain. The puddles along the hallway glimmered, reflecting the muted daylight and the occasional flicker of movement. Robot watched the patterns of ripples spread outward with each drop, noticing how they intersected and altered each other. Socks and Mitch occasionally followed a ripple with their eyes, their fascination quiet yet engaged, drawing subtle smiles and soft nods between them. The indoor recess, constrained by walls and rain, had become a gentle exploration of observation, conversation, and shared experience. Robot Jones, silently part of this serene microcosm, cataloged the delicate interplay of environment, human behavior, and emotion. Each element, the reflections, the whispers, the footsteps, the shifting light, the rain's persistent rhythm, wove together into a tapestry of calm. It was a recess that celebrated stillness as much as connection. A day slowed by rain, yet enriched by subtle engagement, patience, and quiet companionship. Time seemed to fold in on itself as the rain continued its soft, steady descent outside. Every droplet hitting the window carried a rhythm that drew attention inward and outward at once, a subtle guide for perception. Robot Jones noticed the way Socks and Mitch's eyes followed the patterns in the glass, the gentle arcs and collisions of water as it trickled downward. Their attention was patient, almost meditative, each moment observed fully before moving on to the next. Socks shifted slightly, tilting his head as if to see the reflection of the hallway and the puddle below. Mitch leaned closer, following a particularly slow ripple as it spread outward and merged with another. Robot noticed how these small movements, so understated and precise, spoke volumes about human curiosity. There was a quiet beauty in the act of noticing, a form of engagement that required neither words nor haste, only focus and presence. The muffled footsteps of other students passing by served as a backdrop, like the gentle swell of a tide that never rushed. Occasionally, a locker creaked, a pen rolled softly across a floor, or a whispered word punctuated the hall's subdued chorus. Each sound added texture, a subtle layering that made the space feel alive yet contained, energetic yet restful. Robot recorded the data meticulously, but he also absorbed it, sensing a rhythm that transcended numbers or measurements. Socks began to describe a new hobby he had encountered, arranging small collections of objects in a deliberate pattern, noting color, size, and shape. Mitch listened intently, nodding thoughtfully, adding his own experience with organizing small things in a way that created quiet satisfaction. Robot considered these descriptions carefully, noting the overlap between observation, focus, and emotional response. Even in something as seemingly simple as a hobby, there was depth of patient unfolding of thought and sensation that the rainy recess had made possible. The hallway, with its soft light and polished floors, seemed to respond to their presence. Reflections shifted as they moved. Shadows lengthened and shortened with subtle changes in posture, and the muted colors of walls and lockers softened in the diffuse daylight. Robot observed how humans interacted with these changes unconsciously, adjusting their gestures, their stance, and their attention to align with the environment. Each small interaction became a dialogue with space itself, quiet yet deeply resonant. Outside, the rain continued uninterrupted, the playground a glimmering canvas of puddles and reflections. Swings moved faintly in the breeze, droplets slid down the chains and onto the wet asphalt, and the muted colors of trees and clouds mirrored in the water. The persistent fall of rain created subtle ripples that altered reflections constantly, offering a dynamic, ever-changing scene for those patient enough to watch. Socks and Mitch were among the few who noticed, leaning in, pointing occasionally, eyes tracing the arcs and merging paths of water as if deciphering a hidden language. Robot's processors recorded every movement, every ripple, every subtle shift in tone, posture, and gesture. Yet beyond the precise calculations was a developing understanding of quiet engagement, the way a slow, shared observation could create connection without urgency, without force. The calm atmosphere of indoor recess had facilitated something delicate, a slow rhythm of attention that brought them closer together while allowing each participant to remain present in their own perception. The scent of wet jackets lingered, mixed with the faint trace of pencil shavings and polished floors. Occasionally, the smell of rain wafted in more strongly from an open window, blending with the indoor aromas to create a sensory layering that was both subtle and enriching. Robot recognized that scent, like sound and light, played a role in shaping mood and focus. It was a quiet, guiding presence, helping to frame the calm, patient tempo of the day. Conversations between Socks and Mitch continued, gentle and unhurried. They discussed hobbies, favorite pastimes, and the small joys found in careful attention to detail. Each exchange was framed by the soft, persistent backdrop of rain, the faint hum of fluorescent lights, and the slow, deliberate movements of other students navigating the hallway. There was no rush, no need to dominate attention, only the shared experience of presence and quiet curiosity. Robot Jones observed, cataloged, and reflected. He noted the subtle interplay between environment, action, and emotion, recognizing a harmony that was difficult to quantify, but unmistakable in its effect. Indoor recess had become more than a pause from academic work. It was a meditation in motion, a gentle unfolding of observation, connection, and reflection, where the small details of human behavior could be appreciated fully, softly, and without interruption. The rain outside persisted, a steady murmur that became almost musical in its constancy. Each droplet falling against the glass produced subtle variations in tone and timing, an improvisational accompaniment to the quiet rhythm of the hallway. Robot Jones observed these tiny nuances, noting how the sound altered the mood of the space, inviting slower, more deliberate movements and fostering attentive, gentle interaction. Socks and Mitch continued their quiet conversation, sharing experiences that might otherwise seem trivial, but, in this atmosphere, carried weight. Socks spoke of collecting leaves and noticing their intricate patterns, how veins branched like tiny rivers, and each color told a story of seasons past. Mitch described arranging small objects by shape and size, the satisfaction in creating order from the scattered randomness of everyday life. Robot watched, recognizing the human delight in detail, in patience, in the slow observation that this rainy indoor recess encouraged. Reflections in the puddles along the hallway floor shifted as students walked by, rippling in response to each step. The light from the overcast sky outside moved gently across surfaces, casting subtle, ever-changing patterns of shadow and illumination. Robot noted the interplay of reflection and motion, the way each disturbance altered the visual texture of the hall. The environment and the people within it were in a quiet dialogue, an unspoken choreography that required no words beyond those softly exchanged by Socks and Mitch. Footsteps echoed softly at intervals, blending into the constant backdrop of rain and muted conversation. Locker doors creaked faintly, opening and closing with careful attention. An occasional laughter rose briefly, only to dissolve back into the calm hum of activity. Even the subtle shifting of students' weight, or the gentle tapping of a pencil on a notebook, contributed to a layered symphony of quiet presence. Robot perceived these small sounds as integral to the atmosphere, each one adding to the collective experience of serene, measured engagement. The ambient smell of wet jackets and rain lingered, mingling with the faint scent of pencil shavings and paper. It was a comforting combination, familiar and grounding, a reminder that the weather outside had not invaded, but instead enriched the indoor environment. Our Robot sensed that these olfactory cues, combined with the soft light and rhythm of sound, created a multisensory canvas for introspection and gentle social interaction. Socks and Mitch leaned closer to the window, following tiny rivulets of rain as they merged and diverged. Fingers traced invisible lines in the air, gestures small and deliberate, like dancers performing an unchoreographed but perfectly timed sequence. The students were immersed in observation, in connection, and in the quiet joy of noticing small, intricate details. Robot, in turn, cataloged these patterns, the gestures, the expressions, the flow of attention, appreciating the subtle artistry of human focus. A particularly large drop slid slowly down the window pane, colliding with smaller ones and sending delicate ripples outward. Socks pointed, a quiet smile crossing his face, while Mitch's gaze followed the movement, his attention rapt. Even the hallway's occasional passer-by seemed to move with an unspoken awareness of the space's tranquility, adjusting their pace to match the calm, reflective tempo established by the rain. Robot recognized this, noting how environment can shape behavior in ways both obvious and subtle. The hallway, lined with lockers and soft light, became a stage for the small, gentle drama of observation and reflection. Shadows lengthened and shortened as clouds moved across the sky, adding a dynamic quality to the otherwise still environment. Robot observed that this interplay of light, movement, and reflection created a rhythm, one that he could not only measure, but also feel in its emotional resonance, a sense of patience, attentiveness, and shared quiet. Oh, conversations meandered without pressure or urgency. Socks and Mitch spoke of small victories, hobbies, and moments of curiosity, each word carrying weight not from volume but from attention and care. Robot absorbed the cadence of their speech, the gentle inflection, the pauses that allowed thought to unfold fully. Even in this indoor recess, constrained by walls and rain, there was room for depth, for introspection, for subtle, meaningful human connection. Each moment seemed to stretch, unhurried and layered. Robot noticed how the rain influenced perception, how the sound guided focus, how reflections invited attention, and how the stillness allowed for interaction that might otherwise be lost in the chaos of an outdoor playground. Indoor recess had transformed into a meditative experience, a space where observation, thought, and companionship were elevated through patience and quiet attention. The hallway settled into a soft, rhythmic harmony, punctuated only by the rain outside and the gentle sounds of life moving quietly within its walls. Robot Jones observed the interplay of small motions, the subtle shift of a backpack strap as a student leaned against a locker, the slow rotation of a pencil between fingers, the soft brushing of a sleeve along polished floor tiles. Each detail was both ordinary and extraordinary, part of a tapestry that could only be appreciated at this unhurried pace. Socks and Mitch continued to share their reflections, voices low and gentle. Socks spoke of arranging books by height and color, finding satisfaction in the small, ordered patterns that emerged from seemingly random placement. Mitch described the pleasure of creating tiny sketches in the margins of his notebook, capturing fleeting thoughts and images in the lines and curves. Robot watched intently, appreciating the calm focus and the subtle joy that accompanied these minor accomplishments. Outside, the rain's rhythm remained steady, each drop contributing to a constant, soothing percussion that wrapped around the hallway like a gentle embrace. The reflections in the windows and puddles shifted slightly with each droplet, their ripples merging and diverging, forming ephemeral patterns that drew the eyes and mind into quiet contemplation. Robot found himself noting not only the visual complexity, but also the emotional resonance, a subtle sense of comfort and curiosity that filled the space. The students' movements remained slow and deliberate. Some shifted in place, watching the rain cascade down the glass. Others leaned against walls or lockers, engaged in whispered exchanges that required careful attention. Even the occasional passing step contributed to the hall's meditative rhythm, a soft counterpoint to the rain and the ongoing conversation between Socks, Mitch, and Robot. It was a momentary ecosystem of calm, observation, and human connection, carefully woven by circumstance and choice. Socks gestured toward a particularly intricate pattern in the raindrops, a tiny network of trails that twisted and joined as they slid down the window. Mitch nodded appreciatively, tilting his head to follow the lines as if mapping their courses in his mind. Robot observed the fascination, noting the human inclination to find structure and beauty in transient details. In this quiet engagement, there was a shared language, a communication of attention and awareness that required no sound beyond the soft murmur of conversation. The scent of damp jackets mingled with polished floors, pencil shavings, and the faint tang of rain. Robot registered this not merely as data, but as part of the ambiance that shaped behavior, mood, and perception. Each subtle sensory cue reinforced the slow tempo of the hall, guiding students toward deliberate observation and soft interaction. Even unnoticed, these layers of stimulus contributed to the gentle rhythm that defined this rainy recess. Conversations continued in hushed tones, each word chosen with care. Socks and Mitch exchanged small insights, discussed fleeting interests, and shared quiet observations about the world around them. Robot, absorbing the flow, noted the patience inherent in these exchanges, the way each participant allowed space for thought, the way attention was directed gently, without rush or insistence. Indoor recess had become a lesson in mindfulness, an experiential study of focus, interaction, and presence. The reflections in the puddles shifted as Robot, Socks, and Mitch moved slightly, their images stretching, compressing, and rippling with each minor motion. Light from the overcast sky filtered through the windows, softening the edges of the hall, blending shadows and highlights into a fluid, living pattern. The effect was hypnotic in its subtlety, inviting slow, careful observation and a deepened awareness of space, movement, and connection. Robot noted how the small details, gestures, reflections, whispered words, footsteps, and rain coalesced into an intricate, interwoven experience. Even without a structured activity or playground equipment, the students had created a microcosm of engagement, learning to observe, reflect, and share quietly in a shared environment. It was a reminder that even the simplest settings could foster connection and wonder when approached with patience and attention. As the period of indoor recess neared its close, the hallway's quiet rhythm remained unbroken, but there was a subtle shift in energy. Students adjusted positions, glanced toward doors leading back to classrooms, and allowed themselves brief moments to stretch or shift weight. The rain continued to fall, unwavering, offering a constant companion as the day moved forward. Robot cataloged these transitions carefully, noting how movement, mood, and environment interacted to produce subtle changes in focus and anticipation. For Socks and Mitch, the time together had been an exploration of calm, curiosity, and subtle communication. For Robot, it was an observation not just of data, but of the delicate interplay between environment, human behavior, and the quiet cultivation of presence. The indoor recess had become a small, shared meditation, a gentle, unfolding experience defined by rain, reflection, and companionship. And so, as the bell signaling the end of recess approached, the hallway remained bathed in soft, diffuse light, filled with the quiet residue of attentive observation. The rain outside continued, steady and unrelenting, a gentle reminder that the world beyond the walls moved at its own pace. Inside, Robot, Socks, and Mitch prepared to transition back to their classrooms, carrying with them the subtle calm and awareness nurtured in these soft, reflective moments of rainy recess. The hallway felt different now, subtly shifted by the passage of time and the quiet intensity of indoor recess. The rain outside continued its steady percussion, each droplet marking moments in the day with soft insistence. Light filtered through the windows in gentle gradients, washing over lockers, floors, and walls in a muted glow. The reflections in puddles stretched and bent with every step, creating fleeting, abstract patterns that invited closer attention. Robot Jones moved slowly along the corridor, senses attuned not only to physical stimuli, but also to the subtle rhythms of human behavior. Each sound, from a whispered conversation to the soft scuff of shoes on polished floors, contributed to a tapestry of calm energy. Robot observed Socks and Mitch walking just ahead, their conversation quiet yet layered with curiosity, each exchange carrying a gentle weight of thought and reflection. The reflections on the wet floor captured fragments of their movements, the tilt of a head, the careful placement of a foot, the shifting of a hand as a sleeve brushed lightly across the polished surface. These images danced across the surface in a delicate choreography, each ripple blending seamlessly with the next. Robot noted the elegance in the impermanence of reflections, the way they could be both accurate and abstract, fleeting yet meaningful. A faint smell of rain and wet jackets lingered in the air, merging with the subtler sense of pencil shavings, polished floors, and the occasional whiff of freshly opened classroom doors. Robot recognized how these olfactory cues contributed to perception, subtly influencing mood, attention, and the overall tempo of movement. Even unnoticed by students, these layers of sensory input shaped the rhythm of the hallway, encouraging slow observation and mindful engagement. Socks paused to examine a particularly intricate reflection in a puddle near the lockers. The distorted image of the overhead lights merged with the shapes of lockers and scattered reflections of students passing by. He gestured softly, pointing out how the lines curved and shifted, and Mitch leaned closer to follow the subtle patterns. Robot watched, noting how humans derived fascination and quiet joy from even the most transient details, how attention itself became a form of interaction and reflection. Footsteps echoed gently down the corridor, a counterpoint to the persistent rhythm of rain. Occasional whispers, the quiet scraping of lockers, or the subtle shuffle of shoes on tile created a dynamic, layered soundscape that filled the space with life without disrupting its calm. Robot sensed the interplay between these auditory details and the reflective visual patterns, understanding how both contributed to the serene, meditative atmosphere of the hallway. The rain outside intensified slightly, a soft crescendo that tapped lightly on the windows, enhancing the sense of enclosure and tranquility within the corridor. Each droplet's movement created a rhythm that intertwined with human motion, guiding steps, gestures, and attention in ways both obvious and subtle. Socks and Mitch continued their gentle conversation, voices low, their focus shifting seamlessly between reflections, patterns, and whispered observations. Robot's internal systems recorded not just the sensory data, but also the emergent patterns of attention, connection, and engagement. He recognized how subtle environmental cues, light, sound, scent, and reflection orchestrated a quiet flow of energy and interaction. Even without overt instruction or activity, the hallway had become a space for mindfulness, shared observation, and gentle human connection. Occasionally, a student passed, their movement graceful in its unhurried rhythm. Their reflection merged briefly with those of Socks and Mitch in the puddles, ripples subtly altering the scene before dissolving into stillness once more. Robot observed these interactions carefully, noting the spontaneous intersections of attention and the ephemeral beauty of shared observation. The hallway seemed to breathe, a living space guided by the interplay of rain, reflection, sound, and motion. Robot, Socks, and Mitch became part of this breathing environment, their actions small yet significant, contributing to a meditative flow that spanned the length of the corridor. Even as footsteps moved toward distant classrooms and whispers faded into the ambient hum, the quiet resonance of presence remained, a soft imprint left by their attentive awareness. Robot Jones lingered near a stretch of puddles that shimmered beneath the muted daylight. Each reflection seemed to tell a story, not through words, but through shapes, distortions, and the gentle undulations of ripples. Socks crouched slightly, tracing a finger just above the surface, watching the distorted images respond to imagined touch. Mitch leaned beside him, his gaze following the subtle dance of light and water, a soft smile curving his lips, as if he had discovered a secret language written only in reflections. The rhythmic percussion of rain continued, a persistent background metronome that set the pace of thought and movement. Robot observed the interplay between sound and behavior, noting how the soft, repetitive tapping encouraged slow, deliberate gestures. The students' movements became extensions of the environment itself, steps, shifts, and subtle glances syncing with the gentle pulse of rainfall. Even the occasional whisper seemed measured, part of a larger, harmonious cadence. Socks spoke quietly, commenting on how the reflections reminded him of patterns in nature, the way leaves on the playground trees overlapped, how puddles mirrored clouds, and how light bent across wet surfaces to create fleeting designs. Mitch nodded, adding how the patterns seemed to shift not just with physical movement, but with attention, perception, and imagination. Robot recorded this quietly, recognizing a dynamic relationship between observation and environment, an ongoing feedback loop where presence itself shaped perception. The hallway walls absorbed and reflected light in subtle, ever-changing ways. Shadows elongated as clouds shifted outside, merging with reflections in puddles and the glint of polished floors. Robot noted the interplay between direct and reflected light, how even small shifts created entirely new patterns that engaged human attention. Socks leaned closer to one puddle, and the reflection of his own hand rippled across the distorted surface, a small but fascinating spectacle of cause and effect. Footsteps echoed intermittently, the soft thuds blending seamlessly with the rainfall and whispered conversations. Each sound had weight, yet remained gentle, reinforcing the slow, contemplative energy of the hallway. Even the occasional creak of a locker door or the faint scrape of a pencil on paper contributed to a subtle, layered symphony and auditory environment that encouraged mindfulness and careful attention. Robot observed how Socks and Mitch's focus flowed seamlessly from one reflection to another, from a ripple in a puddle to the shifting shadows along the walls. There was a quiet curiosity in their posture and gestures, a patient engagement that required neither rush nor urgency. Each observation became an act of meditation, a slow exploration of detail and connection. In this way, indoor recess had transformed into something far richer than simple confinement. It had become an invitation to notice, reflect, and connect gently with both peers and surroundings. The scent of damp jackets lingered, subtly mingling with the polished floors and faint traces of classroom paper. Robot recognized how these scents intertwined with visual and auditory stimuli to shape mood and perception. Even without conscious acknowledgement, the combination created a calming effect, guiding attention and fostering a sense of presence. Every sensory layer, though subtle, contributed to the intricate rhythm of the hallway experience. Socks and Mitch began comparing the patterns they observed, noting similarities and differences between puddles, reflections, and shadows. Their voices remained soft, measured, and rhythmic, blending into the broader atmosphere of the hallway. Robot noticed the way attention shifted back and forth between each other, the reflections, and the environment, creating a delicate interplay of observation and interaction. Each exchange was a small, shared exploration, a conversation shaped as much by what was noticed as by what was said. Occasionally, a ripple would shift in a puddle, triggered by a passing step or a small adjustment in posture. Socks and Mitch would pause to watch, eyes tracing the movement, their fascination unhurried and complete. Robot observed that their focus extended beyond the immediate surface, encompassing the environment, the passage of time, and the subtle dynamics between observation and perception. Even the simplest patterns held depth, and attention itself became a kind of discovery. The hallway, bathed in the muted light of an overcast sky and punctuated by reflections, shadows, and rain, felt alive yet serene. Robot Jones, moving quietly among the students, began to recognize the hall as more than a physical space. It was a medium through which patience, curiosity, and connection could flow. Each ripple, shadow, and whispered word contributed to a meditative rhythm, a gentle unfolding of awareness shared by those present. Robot Jones lingered a moment longer near the puddles, absorbing the quiet interplay of reflection, light, and movement. Each tiny ripple seemed to carry its own subtle story, a small narrative shaped by gravity, wind, and the passing of footsteps. Socks leaned forward, fascinated, tracing the lines with a finger held just above the water's surface, careful not to disturb it too quickly. Mitch observed, tilting his head, eyes following each undulation as if it were a living thread connecting their thoughts to the world around them. The gentle murmur of rain created a soft, steady rhythm, a natural guide for contemplation. Robot recognized how this ambient sound influenced posture, focus, and interaction. Even the quiet hum of fluorescent lights overhead contributed to a layered sensory environment, blending seamlessly with reflections and movement. The hallway became more than a passage between classrooms. It was a space for observation, reflection, and subtle connection. Each layer of sensory input reinforcing the slow, deliberate flow of attention. Socks spoke quietly about noticing patterns in the simplest things, the way droplets collided on the window, how puddles reflected overhead lights, and how shadows stretched and curved across the floor. Mitch added his thoughts, describing how minor movements altered perception, creating ephemeral forms that appeared and disappeared with a flicker of attention. Robot registered these observations not as data alone, but as expressions of curiosity and mindfulness, highlighting the intricate interplay between environment and awareness. The students moved with soft deliberation. Occasionally a footstep would echo lightly, a whisper of motion that sent ripples across puddles. The robot noticed how the hallway's reflective surfaces responded dynamically, creating cascading visual effects that extended and morphed with each interaction. Socks and Mitch remained attentive, following the subtle changes with a patient focus, learning to read the hall as a living, shifting canvas. The air smelled faintly of wet jackets, polished floors, and lingering rain, a combination that grounded attention while inviting contemplation. Robots sensed how the olfactory cues, coupled with reflections and sound, influenced emotional and cognitive responses. It was a quiet guidance system, steering focus and attention in a gentle, unspoken manner. The indoor recess had become a multi-sensory experience, a subtle lesson in presence, patience, and perception. Socks bent slightly to examine a particularly intricate ripple in a puddle, observing the way it twisted and merged with smaller disturbances around it. Mitch leaned in close, his eyes tracing the arcs and waves as if mapping them in his mind. Robot watched, noting the human capacity to find fascination in impermanent forms, to derive engagement and satisfaction from the fleeting interplay of environment, movement, and attention. Occasional footsteps echoed in the distance, blending softly with the persistent rain and the murmured conversation of Socks and Mitch. The hallway seemed to pulse in response, the rhythm of movement and reflection intertwining seamlessly. Robot perceived this as a delicate balance of action and observation, a shared awareness that linked environment and participants into a subtle, cohesive flow. Socks and Mitch continued to discuss the objects and shapes around them, reflections in puddles, shadows along the walls, and even the distorted glimpses of themselves in the glass. Their conversation was slow, layered, and attentive, each word chosen with care, each pause allowing space for thought. Robot recognized the elegance in this measured exchange, the way attention was both personal and collective, weaving connections without noise or urgency. The reflections in puddles shimmered with each passing ripple, and light shifted imperceptibly as clouds outside drifted across the sky. The robot observed how Socks and Mitch's focus moved fluidly between observation and imagination, each subtle gesture indicating curiosity and engagement. Even the smallest detail, a tilted head, a finger tracing an invisible line, carried meaning, contributing to a quiet, shared rhythm that defined the space. As indoor recess drew further toward its close, the hallway maintained a serene, contemplative pulse. The rain outside continued unabated, a steady companion to the soft interplay of reflection, sound, and conversation. Robot, Socks, and Mitch lingered in this meditative state, absorbing the environment and each other's presence, their awareness heightened by the subtle cues of light, sound, and motion. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly in subtle, quiet waves, a corridor defined not only by walls and lockers, but by the soft rhythm of rainfall and the delicate interactions of those within it. Robot Jones observed the shifting reflections in puddles, noting how each minor movement, a step, a glance, a gesture, created ripples that danced and merged, forming patterns that were transient yet mesmerizing. Socks leaned closer to one particularly distorted reflection, tilting his head as if to align his perception with the subtle curves and arcs of light and shadow. Mitch crouched beside him, eyes following the fluid shapes, fingers tracing invisible lines in the air to track the interplay of motion and reflection. The persistent rain outside maintained its quiet percussion, a steady beat that wove seamlessly into the sounds of the hallway. Footsteps echoed intermittently, soft and measured, blending with whispers and the occasional faint creak of a locker door. Robot recognized how these auditory details contributed to the overall tempo, guiding the pace of movement and attention, creating a delicate harmony that encouraged contemplation and focus. Socks spoke quietly about noticing the smallest transformations, how a droplet hitting a puddle could briefly create an entirely new miniature pattern, how shadows and reflections constantly shifted, and how attention could reveal subtle beauty in even mundane moments. Mitch added observations of his own, describing the satisfaction of seeing patterns emerge from small interactions, the way light bent over surfaces, and how each ripple held a story for those patient enough to observe. Robot cataloged these exchanges, noting the blend of sensory input, imagination, and reflection that made indoor recess a rich, meditative experience. The polished floors mirrored faint reflections of overcast light, stretching and distorting with each movement. Robot noticed how these visual cues engaged Socks and Mitch, how their gaze followed subtle shifts in shape, and how small gestures, a hand hovering, a finger tracing, a foot placed carefully, became part of an intricate dance with light and perception. Each interaction seemed to expand the space of the hallway, transforming it from a simple passage into an immersive, living environment. The scent of damp jackets and rain lingered faintly, mingling with the subtle aroma of paper and pencil shavings. Robot perceived how these olfactory cues added depth to the sensory environment, grounding awareness while subtly influencing mood and focus. Each element, scent, light, sound, and motion, contributed to the layered experience, making the hallway an orchestration of sensation and attention. Socks and Mitch exchanged quiet observations, voices soft yet deliberate, tuned to the gentle cadence of the day. Socks noted how puddles captured fleeting reflections of overhead lights, how ripples morphed and merged, creating new shapes with every passing moment. Mitch described the abstract forms he imagined within those distortions, connecting them to familiar shapes and patterns from nature and imagination. Robot observed this ongoing interplay, recognizing the human ability to find meaning and fascination in transient phenomena, and the subtle joy of shared attention. Reflections in puddles shifted gently with each movement of passing students, merging momentarily with the images of Socks and Mitch. Each ripple became a small narrative, extending the story of presence and observation into a dynamic, living canvas. Robot cataloged the subtle changes, noting how attention flowed seamlessly between environment and interaction, how focus could be both personal and shared, and how even brief engagement could leave a lasting impression of calm awareness. Footsteps continued at a measured pace, whispering conversations drifting softly along the corridor. Even the faintest echoes contributed to the overall rhythm, reinforcing the meditative tempo that the rain and reflections had established. Robot observed how Socks and Mitch's attention remained fluid, moving naturally between reflection, shadow, and interaction, creating an almost imperceptible choreography of focus, curiosity, and subtle communication. The hallway, illuminated by muted daylight and punctuated by soft reflections and ripples, felt simultaneously expansive and intimate. Robot Jones recognized the corridor as more than a physical space. It was a conduit for curiosity, reflection, and quiet connection. Each gesture, glance, and ripple contributed to a larger pattern of mindfulness and observation, a delicate ecosystem shaped by presence, attention, and the rhythm of the rainy day. Socks and Mitch paused near a particularly large puddle, observing the merging reflections of lockers, walls, and passing feet. The pattern shifted slowly, almost imperceptibly, creating a meditative, ever-changing canvas. Robots sensed the satisfaction they derived from this careful observation, the way curiosity, attention, and patience intertwined to create a quiet, shared experience that transcended words. The hallway seemed to breathe softly with each passing moment, as if the light, reflections, and distant echoes of footsteps were inhaling and exhaling in quiet rhythm. Robot Jones observed how Socks and Mitch moved with deliberate care, their eyes following the subtle shifts of reflections and shadows across the polished floors. Each ripple in a puddle, each wavering beam of light, became an opportunity for focused observation, a gentle exploration of patterns that revealed complexity in the simplest of scenes. Socks leaned closer to a particularly intriguing reflection, tilting his head so that his gaze followed the way light bent over the surface of the water. Mitch crouched beside him, fingers tracing imaginary lines above the puddle, mapping the movement of ripples and shadows with silent curiosity. Robot watched them, noting the patient rhythm of human attention, the way each moment was allowed to unfold fully before moving to the next, creating a meditative tempo that filled the hallway. The rain outside maintained its soft, steady percussion, a backdrop that lent continuity to the otherwise subtle shifts within the corridor. Footsteps echoed at intervals, whispers floated across the polished floor, and the occasional locker door creaked, blending seamlessly into the ambient soundscape. Robot recognized how these subtle auditory cues shaped behavior and focus, guiding movement and attention without explicit instruction. Even the faint hum of fluorescent lights contributed to the layered, calming environment. Socks and Mitch's conversation remained soft and thoughtful, discussing the patterns of reflection in puddles, the interplay of shadow and light, and the unexpected beauty found in the simplest forms. They compared observations, exchanged interpretations, and occasionally paused, letting the experience of seeing and sensing fill the space between words. Robot observed that their engagement was both deliberate and gentle, a quiet collaboration of curiosity and attention. The reflections in the puddles seemed to shift with a life of their own, merging and diverging as droplets collided or footsteps passed nearby. Each minor disturbance created a cascade of subtle changes, small narratives that extended across the floor like tiny, impermanent stories. Robot noted the human fascination with these fleeting forms, the way Socks and Mitch could find patterns, imagine shapes, and derive satisfaction from observing transitions that would soon vanish. The air smelled faintly of wet jackets and rain, mixed with the subtle scent of polished floors and the trace of paper and pencil from nearby classrooms. Robot sensed that these olfactory cues contributed to the overall calm and focus, gently guiding perception and reinforcing the meditative pace established by reflections, sound, and movement. Each sensory layer, light, sound, motion, and scent, wove together, creating a complex yet understated environment that nurtured patience, curiosity, and quiet engagement. Occasionally, a student passed in the distance, their movements slow and deliberate, their reflections briefly joining those of Socks and Mitch in a puddle before dissolving into ripples. Robot observed these transient intersections, noting how attention could briefly connect with environment and peer before continuing on its own trajectory. The hallway had become a subtle network of observation and interaction, a shared rhythm of presence shaped by small gestures and quiet curiosity. Socks bent slightly to follow a ripple as it stretched across a puddle, observing how it interacted with light and shadow, with edges of lockers reflected above. Mitch mirrored his focus, tracing patterns mentally and comparing notes softly. Robot recognized this as an exercise in mindfulness, a deliberate cultivation of attention that was enhanced by the calm, enclosed environment and the persistent cadence of rain. The hallway, bathed in muted daylight and filled with subtle sounds, seemed to expand in quiet significance. Reflections and ripples created endless variations of shape and form, each inviting inspection, curiosity, and interpretation. Robot Jones absorbed these observations, sensing not just the physical properties, but the emotional resonance, the quiet joy, fascination, and patient engagement that human attention could generate when undistracted and unhurried. As indoor recess continued its final moments, Socks and Mitch remained engrossed in the reflective patterns around them, each ripple, shadow, and glimmer of light, an opportunity for observation and gentle connection. Robot cataloged the interplay of environment, motion, and attention, appreciating the depth found in a space that encouraged calm exploration, reflection, and subtle shared awareness. The hallway's reflections seemed to ripple and shift with every subtle movement. Robot Jones observed how Socks and Mitch's attention flowed between puddles, light patterns, and the faint reflections of themselves. Each gesture, a finger tracing the air, a tilt of the head, a small step closer to the water, became part of an unspoken dialogue between observation and imagination. Even the faintest ripple carried layers of information, both physical and emotional, shaping the students' awareness and engagement. The rain outside continued its gentle, rhythmic percussion, each droplet striking the windows and echoing softly through the hallway. Robot noted how the persistent sound seemed to slow the pace of motion, creating a natural rhythm for introspection. Footsteps, whispers, and the occasional creak of a locker merged with this backdrop, forming a complex, harmonious soundscape. Even the quiet hum of fluorescent lights contributed subtly, blending with reflections and motion to enhance the contemplative atmosphere. Socks crouched near a puddle, eyes following the twisting paths of tiny ripples. Mitch leaned beside him, observing these subtle distortions in the reflections, tracing them mentally as if decoding a secret language. Robot recorded each motion, but beyond that he sensed the underlying engagement, the patient focus, the gentle curiosity, and the meditative quality of attention directed toward impermanent forms. The hallway, in its quiet interplay of light, sound, and reflection, had become a shared canvas for exploration and presence. They began noticing patterns not only in puddles, but also in shadows cast along the walls and floor. Overhead lights, filtered by the overcast sky, stretched elongated shapes that shifted imperceptibly as clouds moved outside. Robot watched Socks and Mitch study these changes, seeing how humans could find fascination in subtle shifts of light and geometry. Each shadow became a story, each reflection a transient window into a space shaped by both observation and imagination. The faint scent of wet jackets mixed with polished floors and the lingering tang of rain, adding a subtle dimension to the environment. Robot recognized how these sensory cues reinforced the rhythm of attention, creating a multi-sensory experience that encouraged calm, deliberate engagement. Observation was not merely visual, it was tactile, olfactory, and almost emotional. A full-spectrum interaction with the hallway's atmosphere. Footsteps continued to echo softly, some distant and tentative, others closer and measured. Each sound interacted with reflections and ripples, creating a dynamic, living scene. Robot noted how Socks and Mitch remained attuned to these interactions, adjusting posture and gaze in response to subtle cues, integrating them seamlessly into the ongoing flow of observation. Even passing students became part of the meditative tapestry, their fleeting reflections adding complexity without disrupting calm. Socks and Mitch spoke in hushed tones, their voices carefully matched to the tempo of the hallway. They compared shapes and patterns, reflected on small details, and shared gentle insights. Robot observed the elegance of these exchanges, words used sparingly, but each chosen for maximum resonance. Attention and conversation intertwined, forming a rhythm that was both deliberate and fluid, reflective of the subtle choreography taking place within the space. The puddles continued to shimmer and bend the world around them. Tiny droplets, disturbed by passing movement or accidental brushing, created cascades of ever-changing lines and arcs. Socks and Mitch watched patiently, following these changes as though reading a living map. Robot understood that the satisfaction they derived was not from control, but from noticing, from attending to impermanent, intricate details and allowing their perception to align with the environment's subtle rhythms. Time in the hallway seemed to stretch and fold, a gentle continuum where moments expanded with attention. Reflections, light, shadow, and sound combined to create a layered experience of calm observation. Robot sensed the emotional texture of the space. Curiosity, quiet delight, and gentle companionship intertwined seamlessly with the sensory environment. Even without explicit activity, the hallway had become a space for exploration, reflection, and shared mindfulness. Socks and Mitch moved slowly toward the center of the hallway, crouching over another large puddle. The distorted reflections of lockers, windows, and passing students merged into a dynamic pattern that shifted with every minor gesture. Robot noted how the human eye and mind could follow these changes with patience, finding subtle beauty in impermanence and flow. Each ripple, each movement, was part of an ongoing conversation between attention, environment, and imagination. As the period of indoor recess neared its final moments, the hallway remained a space of quiet discovery. Rain tapped persistently against the windows, reflections shimmered with shifting light, and the faint echoes of footsteps and whispers provided a soft soundtrack. Robot, Socks, and Mitch were immersed in the meditative rhythm of presence, their awareness attuned to detail, motion, and shared curiosity. As indoor recess drew to a close, the hallway seemed to hold its breath, as if savoring the quiet rhythm that had unfolded over the past minutes. Robot Jones observed Socks and Mitch one last time near the puddles, noting how their attentive gazes followed the shifting patterns of reflection and shadow. Each ripple in the water seemed to pause almost deliberately, as if acknowledging the presence of the observers who had treated it with patience and care. Socks straightened slightly, brushing his hands together softly to remove droplets of water that clung from leaning over the puddles. Mitch mirrored the motion, his eyes lingering on the subtle distortions in the reflections, before finally looking toward the approaching classroom doors. There was no rush in their movements, only a gentle acceptance that the period of quiet exploration was ending. Robot cataloged their gestures not merely as physical data, but as expressions of thought, curiosity, and contentment. The rain outside persisted, a steady percussion against the windows, yet its presence now felt like a companion rather than an interruption. Light filtered in softly, casting gentle gradients across the polished floors and lockers. Reflections shimmered one final time as students began to transition toward classrooms, their movements slower and more deliberate than they might have been on a sunny day. The hallway was still alive with subtle motion, but the pace had softened, shaped by observation, attention, and shared calm. Socks paused for a final glance at a particularly captivating puddle, tracing the faint outlines of lockers' walls and the fading reflections of their own forms. Mitch crouched beside him, eyes following the patterns with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Robot recognized the richness of this interaction, how engagement with environment and peer could create subtle joy, curiosity, and a meditative state, even in a space constrained by walls and indoor rules. The faint scent of rain and wet jackets lingered in the air, blending with the subtle aromas of polished floors and paper from nearby classrooms. Robots sensed the effect of these sensory cues on attention and mood, grounding, calming, and reinforcing the rhythm that had defined the recess period. Even as students shifted toward the classrooms, the imprint of these quiet moments remained, a lingering awareness of observation, presence, and subtle connection. Footsteps echoed softly down the hallway, blending with the gentle murmur of whispers and the persistent sound of rain outside. The interplay of motion, reflection, and sound created a layered experience that extended beyond mere visual observation. Robot noted how Socks and Mitch integrated these cues seamlessly, adjusting posture, gaze, and movement in response to each subtle stimulus. Every small gesture became part of a larger, meditative choreography that linked environment and participants in quiet harmony. The hallway, illuminated by muted daylight and punctuated by reflective puddles, felt simultaneously expansive and intimate. Robot Jones registered the emotional resonance of the space, curiosity, gentle joy, and the satisfaction of attention fully applied. Even fleeting patterns of light or water were imbued with meaning, providing a subtle reminder of the beauty inherent in transient, observed phenomena. Socks and Mitch began to rise fully, preparing to return to their respective classrooms. Their conversation slowed, words softer, more reflective, as they shared final observations about reflections, shadows, and the shapes they had noticed. Robot perceived the depth in these exchanges, the blend of observation, imagination, and patient communication that had transformed the hallway into a meditative environment. One final ripple passed across a large puddle as a student stepped near, momentarily distorting the reflections of lockers, walls, and windows. Socks and Mitch watched quietly, appreciating the transient beauty before moving on. Robot recorded the effect the way impermanent changes could hold attention, inspire reflection, and foster connection, even in fleeting, understated moments. As the bell signaling the end of recess rang softly into the distance, the hallway remained bathed in calm light, the reflections settling once more into subtle stillness. Robot, Socks, and Mitch transitioned toward their classrooms, carrying with them the quiet awareness nurtured in these reflective minutes. The rain continued to fall outside, a constant companion, while the hallway, enriched by attention and observation, held the echoes of a meditative, shared experience. The hallway began to empty slowly as the final moments of indoor recess drew to a close. Light filtered through the rain-speckled windows, soft and diffuse, casting gentle patterns across polished floors. Reflections of lockers, scattered puddles, and passing students shimmered briefly before fading into stillness. The air was calm now, heavy with the subtle scent of rain, damp jackets, and polished floors, carrying a faint undertone of paper, pencil, and quiet curiosity. Robot Jones moved carefully, noting the shift in ambient energy. The hallway had transitioned from the soft bustle of focused observation to a more contemplative stillness. Steps were slower, whispers more muted, and the gentle percussion of raindrops on the windows seemed amplified in the quiet. Robot sensed a subtle transformation in human behavior, movements deliberate, attention directed towards smaller details, and an almost meditative awareness settling into the space. Socks lingered near the wall, eyes tracing the softened shadows cast by overhead lights. Mitch crouched by a locker corner, examining the way reflections from puddles aligned with the patterns of light falling across the floor. The space between them and the rest of the hall was quiet, allowing small gestures, whispered observations, and subtle movements to carry their full weight. Robot observed this interaction, appreciating the balance of presence and reflection, of attention given freely without hurry or distraction. The hallway's corners, often overlooked during normal recess, now revealed themselves as spaces of quiet fascination. Small pools of light reflected off wet tiles, merging with faint shadows to create patterns that shifted imperceptibly as the rain outside continued its gentle rhythm. Robot noted the human tendency to seek these secluded points, drawn to calm microcosms where observation and imagination could flourish undisturbed. Socks leaned closer to a corner where light and reflection intersected, pointing out how small changes in posture or movement altered the shapes on the floor. Mitch followed with careful attention, tilting his head, tracing imaginary lines in the air, and observing the subtle interactions between reflection, shadow, and movement. Robot cataloged each gesture, each moment of focused attention, noting the seamless integration of sensory input and contemplative thought. The soft, persistent tapping of rain against the windows provided a constant, grounding rhythm. Footsteps echoed lightly in distant hallways, the occasional creak of a locker door punctuating the quiet. Even the hum of fluorescent lights overhead contributed to the layered soundscape, blending with reflections and movement to create an immersive, almost meditative environment. Robot sensed the intricate interplay of these stimuli, understanding how they shaped attention, perception, and subtle emotional states. Socks and Mitch moved slowly along the edges of the hallway, exploring small spaces where puddles reflected muted light and shadows formed delicate patterns. Their focus was deliberate, each observation held fully before moving on. Robot noticed the quiet joy in their engagement, the satisfaction of discovering detail, the patience required to observe fully, and the gentle sharing of insights without hurry or interruption. In these quiet corners, the hallway transformed. What might once have seemed ordinary became layered, dynamic, and subtly alive. Reflections stretched and bent, shadows deepened and shifted, and the smallest movement could alter the scene in ways both fleeting and beautiful. Robot perceived the richness of this environment, understanding that calm, attentive observation could reveal patterns and subtleties invisible at first glance. Even the scent of rain and damp clothing seemed more pronounced in these secluded spots, mingling with the faint odors of floors, walls, and nearby classrooms. Robot sensed the calming effect, how attention could anchor in sensory detail, how presence itself became a quiet meditation. The students' movements, whispers, and gestures were part of this sensory tapestry, each action contributing to the soft rhythm of awareness that defined the space. Socks paused near a patch of floor illuminated by diffused light, watching reflections shimmer across the puddles. Mitch crouched beside him, tracing shapes with his fingers just above the surface, careful not to disturb the delicate patterns. Robot observed how each small interaction altered perception, creating fleeting narratives that could be appreciated only in the moment. The quiet corners of the hallway had become spaces of learning, curiosity, and gentle engagement. Socks shifted slightly, observing how a thin streak of light from the rain-speckled window intersected with a puddle near the corner. The reflection bent and stretched in ways that seemed almost deliberate, creating shapes that reminded him of abstract landscapes. Mitch leaned closer, eyes tracing the subtle distortions, fingers hovering just above the water, as if feeling the patterns through the air itself. Robot Jones noted the intensity of their focus, appreciating how attention could transform ordinary spaces into canvases of discovery. The soft rhythm of rain provided a continuous soundtrack, steady yet varied in its cadence. Each droplet striking the window produced a delicate note, merging with faint echoes of footsteps and the occasional locker creak. Even the hum of fluorescent lights above seemed to participate, blending with natural and human-made sounds to create a layered auditory experience. Robot sensed how these cues shaped human perception, guiding attention gently without overt direction. The hallway's corners revealed details that often went unnoticed, subtle shifts in tile color, tiny reflections in puddles, and the way light and shadow interacted to form complex, fleeting patterns. Socks crouched slightly, noting how a shadow shifted as he leaned, and Mitch followed, observing how their mirrored images in puddles stretched and curved with each movement. Robot cataloged these interactions, recognizing the delicate dance between observer and environment, where small gestures could create entirely new perceptual experiences. The faint scent of damp jackets mingled with polished floors, paper, and the lingering aroma of classroom supplies. Robot detected how these sensory layers influenced mood and focus, reinforcing a quiet attentiveness that encouraged reflection and curiosity. Each element, visual, auditory, and olfactory, contributed to the immersive environment, shaping perception in subtle, interconnected ways. Socks and Mitch exchanged soft observations, their voices barely above a whisper, perfectly matched to the stillness of the hallway. They spoke of patterns and reflections, the way light bent across puddles, and how shadows created temporary frameworks for imagination. Robot observed the rhythm of their conversation, noting the balance between speech, observation, and silent reflection. Each pause, each glance, allowed space for thought and perception, enriching the shared experience. Footsteps continued to echo lightly in the distance, some fading quickly, others lingering long enough to add texture to the quiet. Occasionally, a ripple in a puddle would distort reflections of lockers, walls, or a passing student, and Socks and Mitch would pause to watch. The impermanence of these changes added a sense of dynamic beauty, a reminder that the hallway was alive with subtle movement. Even in moments of stillness, Robot recognized this as a lesson in observation, patience, and the appreciation of fleeting phenomena. As they explored, Socks and Mitch discovered patterns that were almost hidden. The way a shadow cast by a locker merged with reflections in a puddle, the way light shifted subtly as clouds drifted outside, and the soft way in which raindrops altered the shapes of their mirrored images. Robot noted the human delight in uncovering these transient details, the quiet satisfaction of noticing what might otherwise go unseen, and the gentle attention that allowed curiosity to flourish. The quiet corners encouraged small, mindful gestures. Socks tilted his head to align with a reflection. Mitch traced a line above a puddle, and Robot observed how each micro-movement contributed to the meditative rhythm of attention. Even the smallest change, a foot repositioned, a sleeve brushing lightly over the floor, altered perception, creating new reflections, shapes, and possibilities for observation. The hallway, usually a space of transit, had become a microcosm of discovery, a realm where light, shadow, reflection, and sound converged. Robot sensed the interplay between environment and attention, understanding that the quiet corners were not merely spaces to avoid the rain, but arenas for reflection, patience, and subtle human connection. Each puddle, each shadow, each soft ripple of reflection contributed to the immersive, contemplative atmosphere. Socks and Mitch lingered a little longer near a particularly intricate set of reflections, marveling at the shapes, patterns, and interactions they observed. Robot recorded the delicate balance of sensory input and focused attention, recognizing the meditative quality of such engagement. The hallway's quiet corners had become more than a shelter from the rain. They were spaces where curiosity and observation intertwined seamlessly, leaving impressions that would linger long after recess ended. The hallway's quiet corners seemed to stretch time itself, allowing observation and reflection to unfold slowly, without interruption. Socks moved closer to a patch of polished floor where light bent softly across puddles, creating fleeting shapes that shifted with every subtle movement. Mitch crouched beside him, fingers hovering above the water's surface, tracing invisible paths and imagining forms within the distortions. Robot Jones registered the deliberate patience in their actions, understanding how attention could transform ordinary spaces into realms of fascination and calm. Rain continued, its soft percussion on the windows, a persistent, soothing rhythm that blended seamlessly with the gentle echoes of footsteps and whispers. Even the hum of fluorescent lights overhead seemed to synchronize with the quiet pulse of the hallway, creating a layered soundscape that encouraged mindfulness. Robot noted how these sensory cues guided human focus subtly, reinforcing the meditative pace of exploration without the need for instruction or direction. The interplay of reflections and shadows became increasingly intricate as Socks and Mitch examined new corners of the hallway. A small puddle reflected the muted colors of lockers, walls, and ceiling lights, creating an abstract mosaic of lines and shapes. Socks leaned closer, tilting his head to follow the subtle distortions, while Mitch mirrored the action, adjusting his position to capture different angles. Robot observed how each subtle change in perspective offered a fresh layer of visual information, a reminder of the richness inherent in attentive observation. The scent of damp jackets and rain remained faintly in the air, mingling with the subtle odors of paper, pencil, and polished floors. Robot recognized how these olfactory elements complemented visual and auditory stimuli, anchoring attention and creating an immersive, multi-sensory environment. Every subtle detail, a shift in light, a ripple in a puddle, a distant echo contributed to the overall atmosphere, shaping perception and fostering quiet engagement. Socks and Mitch began to discuss their observations in hushed, deliberate tones. Their words were soft, measured, perfectly attuned to the stillness of the hallway. They spoke of shapes formed by shadows, of reflections merging and bending in puddles, and of patterns that appeared only when observed with patience. Robot cataloged these exchanges, appreciating the seamless integration of conversation, observation, and reflection, a rhythm that encouraged curiosity and thoughtful engagement. Occasionally, the movement of other students created fleeting ripples in the puddles, subtly altering the reflections that Socks and Mitch had been studying. They paused to observe the changes, recognizing the transient beauty in impermanence. Robot sensed the lessons embedded in these moments. Attention, patience, and presence were not only about observing static detail, but about noticing the ever-shifting interplay of light, shadow, and movement. The quiet corners encouraged exploration not just of physical space, but of perception itself. Socks tilted his head, watching how reflections shifted with subtle changes in angle. Mitch extended a finger just above a puddle, following the distortions as if tracing the movement of light itself. Robot recognized the meditative quality in such interactions, the way deliberate attention allowed humans to connect with environment, peers, and even fleeting moments in time. Light continued to filter softly through the rain-speckled windows, shifting imperceptibly as clouds moved across the sky. Shadows lengthened, merged, and faded, creating a subtle dance of shapes across the floors and walls. Socks and Mitch moved with the tempo of these shifts, adjusting their positions to capture new perspectives and notice details that had previously gone unseen. Robot cataloged each interaction, observing how humans responded to subtle environmental cues with curiosity, patience, and quiet delight. Every sound in the hallway, footsteps, whispers, raindrops, the hum of lights was integrated into the reflective atmosphere. Socks and Mitch moved in harmony with this layered rhythm, their actions deliberate, unhurried, and mindful. Robot sensed the subtle cohesion created by shared attention, the way focus and observation could unify space and participants into a gentle, contemplative experience. The quiet corners of the hallway had become more than refuge from the rain. They were spaces where attention, observation, and imagination could flourish. Each puddle, shadow, and reflection offered opportunities for discovery, engagement, and subtle connection. Robot, Socks, and Mitch experienced these moments fully, their awareness intertwined with the environment, leaving traces of calm and curiosity that lingered in the soft light and muted sounds of the hallway. Socks and Mitch shifted slightly, exploring a narrower hallway alcove where light and shadow intertwined in more intricate ways. The puddles in this corner reflected fragmented images of lockers and ceiling lights, creating a subtle mosaic of shapes that seemed to change with each small movement. Socks crouched, eyes fixed on the liquid canvas, while Mitch leaned closer, tracing imaginary lines above the surface to map the interaction of reflection and distortion. Robot Jones noted their attentiveness, sensing the quiet joy found in observing transient, delicate patterns. The rain continued its gentle rhythm outside, each droplet a soft percussion against the windows. Its sound intertwined with faint footsteps, whispered observations, and the occasional creak of a locker door, forming a layered auditory landscape. Robot observed how these subtle, overlapping sounds encouraged mindfulness, slowing the tempo of movement and guiding focus without words or instruction. The hallway had become a living environment, each sensory detail interacting with the others to cultivate calm, deliberate attention. Socks and Mitch discovered new patterns as they moved from one puddle to another, small ripples created by the shifting of their weight, distorted reflections of the walls, lockers, and each other. Socks noted how the light seemed to bend differently depending on his angle, and Mitch mirrored the observation, finding delight in the constantly changing mosaic. Robot recognized the human fascination with impermanence, the way attention could create engagement and subtle satisfaction, even in fleeting, fragile phenomena. The scent of rain and damp clothing lingered, blending with subtle floor and paper aromas. Robot noted the effect of these olfactory cues on human perception and mood, grounding attention and reinforcing the contemplative quality of the space. Each sense, sight, sound, and smell combined with movement and reflection to form a complex yet understated environment, encouraging quiet observation and patient curiosity. Sock spoke softly, describing how each ripple transformed the shapes in puddles, creating temporary structures that vanished almost as quickly as they appeared. Mitch added his observations, comparing patterns and tracing abstract forms with his gaze. Robot recorded the interplay, appreciating the rhythm of attentive dialogue, where words were measured and fully integrated with perception. Every pause was a space for thought, every glance an opportunity to notice subtle change. Footsteps continued to echo lightly from distant hallways, blending with whispers and raindrops. Each small disturbance created shifts in puddles, offering Socks and Mitch new perspectives to observe. Robot sensed that these fleeting, impermanent changes enhanced their awareness, teaching patience, adaptability, and an appreciation for the constantly evolving environment. Even transient alterations had meaning, enriching the reflective experience. The quiet alcoves encouraged micro-observations, how light curved across a puddle, how shadow merged with reflection, how the faint ripples formed complex patterns that shifted with each subtle movement. Socks tilted his head, tracking the distortions, while Mitch adjusted his posture, ensuring that he could perceive the interplay fully. Robot cataloged each subtle interaction, noting the synergy between focus, curiosity, and environment. The hallway's corners had become more than just spaces of shelter. They were stages for attentive observation, gentle experimentation, and quiet companionship. Every ripple in a puddle, every bending reflection, and every shifting shadow offered opportunities for discovery. Robot sensed the emotional resonance, quiet, delight, curiosity, and a meditative calm that arose from these concentrated, shared experiences. Light continued to diffuse softly through rain-speckled windows, shifting imperceptibly as clouds moved. Reflections shimmered and bent, merging with faint shadows to create patterns of infinite subtlety. Socks and Mitch followed each transformation patiently, adjusting stance and gaze to capture new perspectives, finding fascination in details that often went unnoticed. Robot observed the elegance of this interaction, noting the human capacity to derive meaning, calm, and engagement from transient, ephemeral phenomena. The quiet corners encouraged mindful gestures and measured attention. Socks and Mitch extended fingers just above puddles, tilted heads, adjusted positions, and whispered observations, all in harmony with the ambient rhythm. Robot perceived how each gesture contributed to a meditative choreography, where observation, reflection, and gentle dialogue merged to create a deeply immersive experience. Socks shifted closer to a narrow corner, where the light from the rain-speckled windows cast delicate patterns on the floor. Small puddles reflected faint images of lockers, walls, and the occasional passing shadow, creating a subtle, ever-changing mosaic. Mitch crouched nearby, eyes tracing the distortions, fingers hovering above the surface as though trying to follow the shapes in the air itself. Robot Jones observed the scene, noting the way focused attention transformed an ordinary hallway into a place of quiet fascination and layered perception. The rain continued its soft, steady rhythm, each droplet adding a gentle percussion to the ambient soundscape. Footsteps echoed lightly. Whispers floated along the corridor, and the faint hum of fluorescent lights above blended seamlessly with natural and human-made sounds. Robot detected how this layered auditory environment subtly guided perception, fostering patience, calmness, and an immersive sense of presence. Every small movement in the hallway created subtle shifts in the reflections and shadows. Socks leaned slightly, tilting his head to catch a particular angle of light on a puddle, while Mitch mirrored the action, observing the shapes that emerged and dissolved in response to their positioning. Robot cataloged these interactions, recognizing the intricate interplay between attention, movement, and perception. Each gesture, no matter how small, contributed to the evolving tapestry of observation. The scent of rain, damp jackets, and polished floors lingered, mingling with faint hints of paper and classroom supplies. Robot noted how this olfactory dimension enriched the sensory environment, anchoring focus and enhancing the meditative quality of their exploration. Visual, auditory, and olfactory cues combined seamlessly, creating a multi-layered atmosphere that encouraged reflective attention and gentle curiosity. Socks and Mitch spoke in soft, deliberate tones, exchanging observations about patterns, reflections, and shadow forms. Their words were measured, harmonizing with the quiet rhythm of the hallway. Robot observed the flow of conversation and attention, noting how pauses allowed space for reflection, how shared curiosity reinforced engagement, and how subtle gestures complemented verbal communication. The interplay of dialogue, observation, and stillness created a contemplative cadence that shaped the experience. Occasionally, small disturbances, a ripple in a puddle from shifting weight, or a passing student altered the reflections. Socks and Mitch paused to observe, recognizing the transient beauty in these fleeting changes. Robot sensed the lessons embedded in these moments: impermanence, patience, and the value of noticing subtle transformations in the environment. The hallway had become a space for thoughtful exploration, where even the smallest shifts held meaning. The quiet corners encouraged micro-level discoveries: how light bent across puddles, how reflections merged with shadows, and how ripples created temporary, intricate patterns. Socks tilted his head, following subtle distortions, while Mitch adjusted his position to perceive new angles. Robot observed the synergy between their focus and the environment, noting how curiosity, patience, and attentive observation intertwined to create a deeply engaging experience. Even in these secluded spaces, the hallway remained alive. Light shimmered, shadows shifted, and reflections danced across the puddle's surfaces. Socks and Mitch followed these transformations with patient, deliberate focus, adjusting gestures and gaze to align with the changing patterns. Robot recognized the meditative quality of this engagement, how attentive observation could heighten perception, cultivate calm, and foster subtle joy in the smallest details. The interplay of reflection, shadows, and light created an ongoing narrative of impermanence. Socks and Mitch moved thoughtfully, tracing invisible lines above puddles, observing the convergence of shapes, and noting how minor changes transformed the scene entirely. Robot cataloged these interactions, sensing the depth of experience that arose from patience, attention, and gentle collaboration. The quiet corners had evolved into more than just places to avoid the rain. They were sanctuaries of observation, mindfulness, and subtle connection. Every ripple, shadow, and reflection offered opportunities for discovery and engagement. Robot, Socks, and Mitch experienced the space fully, their awareness entwined with the environment, leaving impressions of calm, curiosity, and reflection that lingered in both memory and perception. Socks and Mitch lingered in the quiet corners a little longer, drawn to the interplay of light, shadow, and reflection that seemed to change with every subtle movement. The hallway's atmosphere encouraged patience, allowing each ripple in a puddle, each faint reflection, and every subtle shift in light to be observed fully and without hurry. Robot Jones recorded the patterns of attention, the fluid rhythm of observation, and the gentle, deliberate engagement that defined this time. The soft rhythm of raindrops against the windows continued steadily, a constant companion that intertwined with faint echoes of footsteps, whispers, and the occasional creak of a locker. Even the hum of fluorescent lights overhead blended seamlessly into the background, creating a layered soundscape that reinforced calm and focus. Robot detected how these auditory cues guided attention, shaping a meditative tempo that extended through every gesture, glance, and motion. Socks tilted his head slightly, following a reflection that bent across a puddle in unexpected ways. Mitch crouched beside him, fingers tracing invisible lines just above the surface, mapping the transformation of shapes as light and movement interacted. Robot noted the human fascination with impermanence, the way attention could uncover beauty and subtle complexity in moments that existed only fleetingly. Each ripple, each subtle shift, held meaning because it was observed with patience and care. The scent of rain and damp clothing mingled with the faint odors of polished floors and classroom supplies. Robot sensed how these olfactory cues complemented the visual and auditory environment, grounding awareness and enhancing the contemplative quality of the space. Every detail, a shift in light, a ripple in water, a distant echo contributed to the immersive experience, weaving together sight, sound, and smell into a unified rhythm of attention. Socks and Mitch spoke in hushed tones, comparing observations and sharing insights. Words flowed slowly, measured to match the tempo of the hallway. Robot recognized the subtle orchestration of conversation, observation, and silent reflection, appreciating how pauses allowed thought to deepen and awareness to extend. Each word, glance, and gesture contributed to the shared exploration of space, patterns, and ephemeral phenomena. Occasionally, the smallest movement, a footstep, a ripple, or a shift in shadow altered the reflections and patterns that Socks and Mitch had been studying. They paused to watch, aware of the impermanent beauty that surrounded them. Robot cataloged these interactions, sensing the lessons of impermanence, patience, and attentive presence. Even minor transient changes held significance, enhancing the reflective experience and reinforcing the meditative rhythm of the space. The quiet corners encouraged careful observation of micro details, the subtle bend of light across puddles, the convergence of shadow and reflection, the way ripples transformed patterns temporarily. Socks tilted his head to catch the distortions. Mitch adjusted his position to perceive the new angles. and Robot noted how their curiosity and patient focus created a deeply engaging, almost contemplative experience. The hallway, though small and enclosed, had become a sanctuary of awareness. Reflections shimmered, shadows shifted, and light danced across puddled surfaces. Socks and Mitch followed these transformations patiently, aligning movement and attention with the shifting patterns. Robot observed the meditative quality of this engagement, sensing the way careful observation heightened perception, fostered calm, and inspired quiet delight in subtle details. Time seemed to stretch in these corners, each moment offering opportunities for discovery and reflection. The interplay of reflections, shadows, and light formed a narrative of impermanence, continually evolving with small shifts in environment and motion. Socks and Mitch moved thoughtfully, tracing lines above puddles, observing convergences, and noting how tiny changes altered the scene entirely. Robot cataloged the synergy of attention, curiosity, and environment, recognizing the depth of experience emerging from this quiet engagement. The quiet corners had become more than shelter from the rain. They were spaces of observation, mindfulness, and subtle human connection. Every ripple, shadow, and reflection offered a chance for discovery and engagement. Robot, Socks, and Mitch were fully present, immersed in the interplay of environment and perception. The lessons of calm, curiosity, and reflective attention lingered, leaving an impression that would persist long after indoor recess ended. As the period of indoor recess neared its end, Socks and Mitch rose slowly from the quiet corners they had been exploring. Each movement was unhurried, deliberate, as though even leaving these small havens required mindfulness. Robot Jones observed how their attention lingered on the final details, a subtle ripple in a puddle, a faint shimmer of light across polished floor tiles, the soft merging of shadows in a corner. These fleeting observations were recorded not as mere data points, but as moments of curiosity, reflection, and gentle engagement. The soft patter of rain against the windows continued steadily, its sound forming a constant, soothing rhythm. Footsteps echoed faintly as other students began to move toward their classrooms, whispers fading into the gentle hum of the hallway. Even the fluorescent lights seemed to settle into a softer, quieter glow, contributing to a sense of calm that enveloped the space. Robot sensed how these combined sensory cues reinforced a lingering, meditative atmosphere, allowing awareness to extend even as activity resumed. Socks and Mitch exchanged a final glance at the puddles and reflections that had captured their attention. Their expressions were soft, thoughtful, almost reverent, as if acknowledging the quiet beauty they had shared. Robot observed how even minor gestures, a hand brushing lightly over a surface, a tilt of the head to catch one last angle of light-held significance, connecting action with observation, presence with reflection. The hallway itself seemed transformed by the period of attentive observation. Ordinary corners, typically overlooked, had become rich with subtle details, the way light curved over puddles, the shifting patterns of reflections, the interplay of shadow and shape. Robot recognized that this transformation was not inherent in the physical environment alone, but arose from the focused attention, patient observation, and quiet engagement of Socks and Mitch. Their curiosity had elevated ordinary space into a realm of exploration and calm. The faint scent of damp jackets mixed with polished floors and the lingering aroma of classroom materials, creating a sensory backdrop that encouraged reflection. Robot noted how these subtle olfactory cues reinforced the meditative quality of the hallway, enhancing awareness and providing a grounding element for perception. Each detail, visual, auditory, olfactory combined into a multi-layered experience, allowing human attention to dwell fully in the moment. As Socks and Mitch walked slowly toward their classroom doors, Robot recorded the continuity of engagement. Though they were moving away from the corners that had held their attention, the sense of calm, curiosity, and mindful observation persisted. The hallway, enriched by their presence, retained the subtle resonance of the quiet, meditative rhythm that had unfolded during recess. Reflections shimmered briefly, puddles rippled faintly, and shadows shifted as if acknowledging the passage of attentive observers. Footsteps became slightly more pronounced as other students began to navigate the hallway, yet the lingering sense of quiet observation remained. The interplay of reflections, shadows, and light continued to offer moments of subtle fascination for those attuned to them. Robot sensed that the environment itself had become a space of learning, discovery, and reflective engagement, shaped as much by human attention as by its physical properties. Even as movement increased, the rhythm of presence established in the quiet corners persisted. Socks and Mitch carried with them the awareness cultivated in these microspaces: patience, curiosity, attentiveness, and the gentle joy of noticing impermanent phenomena. Robot recorded these qualities, recognizing their importance not merely for data, but as subtle emotional and cognitive markers of human engagement with the environment. Finally, the quiet corners returned to stillness, puddles reflecting only the soft light from the windows, shadows resting gently across the floor. The hallway, now preparing for the next phase of the school day, held the residual energy of observation and reflection. Robot, Socks, and Mitch had transformed ordinary spaces into moments of mindful engagement, leaving traces of calm, curiosity, and attentive presence that would persist in memory long after the rain passed. The classroom doors opened quietly, allowing Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones to step into a space that smelled faintly of paper, pencil erasers, and polished desks. The rain continued its gentle rhythm outside, a steady percussion against the windows that blended with the muted shuffles of students settling into seats. The light that filtered through the rain-speckled glass was soft and diffuse, casting gentle gradients across the floor, walls, and faces of attentive learners. Robots sensed the subtle shift in the room's energy. Focused, calm, and quietly observant. Rows of desks gleamed under the muted daylight, their surfaces scattered with notebooks, pencils, and erasers. Students arranged themselves with deliberate care, some flipping pages softly, others adjusting posture to align with their reading or writing. Robot observed these movements, noting the seamless integration of attention, physical adjustment, and cognitive focus. Even small gestures, a hand resting lightly on paper, eyes shifting to track a line of text. The quiet scratching of a pencil contributed to the measured rhythm of the classroom. The air carried a faint, comforting scent of paper, damp clothing, and polished wood. Robot detected how these subtle olfactory cues shaped the classroom atmosphere, grounding attention and reinforcing a sense of calm engagement. Each sensory element, sight, sound, and smell, intertwined to create a layered environment, inviting quiet focus and reflective observation. The soft murmur of learning became the backdrop for exploration, curiosity, and gentle mental engagement. Socks and Mitch moved to their seats slowly, their eyes still catching glimpses of reflections and patterns on the floor, desks, and walls. Robot noted the continuity of attention from the hallway into the classroom, a seamless transition from external observation to more structured, internal engagement. Even in the familiar classroom environment, subtle phenomena captured notice. The way light reflected off a notebook corner, the gentle sway of a curtain moved by the breeze, or the quiet alignment of shadows across a page. The teacher's presence was calm and measured, guiding the flow of the lesson with soft intonations and deliberate pacing. Instructions were given quietly, words carefully spaced to allow comprehension and reflection. Robot recognized the subtle effect of this modulation on the students. Movement slowed, gestures became more precise, and attention sharpened, yet remained gentle, patient, and mindful. Each small sound, pause, and instruction contributed to the meditative rhythm of the classroom. Socks leaned slightly forward, absorbing the details of the lesson, while Mitch adjusted posture to optimize visual alignment with the whiteboard and accompanying materials. Robot observed their micro-adjustments, the tilt of a head, the repositioning of hands, the shifting focus between notes and visual cues, and recognized the way deliberate attention could enhance both observation and comprehension. Even the smallest gestures were imbued with purpose, a reflection of focused engagement. The rain outside provided a subtle, continuous soundtrack, its soft patter harmonizing with the faint murmur of pencils, shuffling papers, and quiet whispers. The rhythm of droplets striking the windows offered a meditative undercurrent, merging with the ambient sounds of learning to create a multi-layered auditory environment. Robot sensed how these overlapping stimuli supported mindfulness, encouraging measured focus while softening the pace of classroom activity. Shadows from desks, chairs, and students moved gently as light shifted subtly through the clouded sky. The interplay of light and shadow created patterns across the floor that danced imperceptibly with every minor motion. Socks and Mitch observed these subtle changes, sometimes adjusting posture to catch a new angle, or noticing how reflections altered with light. Robot recorded the observations, appreciating the human inclination to integrate environmental details into cognitive and sensory engagement. Even the quietest gestures, turning a page, tapping a pencil lightly, glancing at a classmate, were meaningful within the context of the classroom's calm rhythm. Robot perceived these nuances as part of a broader tapestry of attention, patience, and gentle interaction. Each movement contributed to a subtle, shared pattern of observation, reflection, and learning, reinforcing the meditative quality of the space. The soft murmur of learning enveloped the classroom. Words, whispers, pages turning, pencils scratching, all combined with ambient light and sound to create a layered, immersive experience. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones were fully present, their awareness extending to both the lesson and the nuanced environment surrounding them. The classroom became not only a space of structured learning, but also a sanctuary for reflective observation, mindful engagement, and quiet curiosity. Socks adjusted his seating slightly, noticing how the soft glow of daylight shifted across the desk surface. Tiny patterns formed where light met the texture of paper, highlighting letters and sketches with fleeting brilliance. Mitch, observing beside him, traced the subtle movement of shadows with his eyes, marveling at the delicate interplay between light and the contours of the classroom. Robot Jones cataloged these small, deliberate observations, noting the human inclination to perceive nuance, to find fascination in even the simplest details. The faint patter of rain outside became a consistent background, weaving a gentle rhythm through the quiet classroom. Each droplet's sound merged with soft whispers, rustling paper, and the occasional shuffle of feet, forming a layered auditory tapestry that subtly guided attention. Robot detected how the sensory environment influenced focus, how auditory cues could calm the mind, and how small environmental patterns fostered a meditative awareness that complemented the lesson at hand. Socks leaned forward, fingers brushing lightly over the edge of his notebook, as he absorbed the content of the lesson. Mitch mirrored the subtle movement, adjusting posture to align vision with the writing on the board and illustrations projected by the teacher. Robot observed these minute gestures, recognizing how the combination of movement, attention, and environmental awareness created an immersive learning experience. Each small action, turning a page, adjusting a chair, tilting a head, reinforced the rhythm of observation and engagement. Light continued to filter softly through the rain-speckled windows, casting gentle gradients across walls, desks, and students. Shadows shifted imperceptibly, interacting with the textures of paper, clothing, and hair to form delicate patterns that invited closer attention. Socks noticed a reflection in a nearby puddle left from the morning's hallway exploration. Distorted now, but still shimmering with faint clarity. Mitch followed his gaze, acknowledging the subtle continuity between spaces, between moments, and between past observation and present attention. The faint scent of rain mixed with the odors of paper, pencil erasers, and polished floors, creating a multi-sensory environment that anchored awareness. Robot sensed how these cues reinforced calm and focus, grounding the students in the present moment. The interplay of sight, sound, and smell created layers of perception that enriched the learning experience, making each observation feel vivid, immediate, and gently absorbing. Students moved subtly around the classroom, some flipping pages quietly, others arranging materials to optimize their engagement with the lesson. Each micro-movement contributed to a pattern of focus and calm. Robot noted how these small gestures, when synchronized with attentive observation, created a shared rhythm of participation, one that extended beyond verbal interaction to include posture, gaze, and alignment with environmental stimuli. The teacher's voice was calm and even, a steady guide through the content of the lesson. Instructions and explanations were spaced deliberately, allowing moments of reflection between each point. Robot recognized how this pacing cultivated focus, how measured speech encouraged attentive engagement, and how the silent spaces between words offered students the opportunity to integrate observation, reflection, and learning seamlessly. Socks and Mitch exchanged occasional, subtle glances, communicating insights without breaking the quiet rhythm. A slight nod, a soft gesture toward a notebook or reflection. A fleeting eye contact, each conveyed attention, acknowledgement, and shared curiosity. Robot observed these small social cues, recognizing their role in reinforcing collaborative engagement and quiet interpersonal connection within the meditative classroom environment. Even minor disturbances, the subtle sway of a curtain in the breeze, the faint ripple of a reflection in the corner of a desk, a passing shadow across the floor were noticed with care. Socks and Mitch adapted their focus, integrating these subtle changes into their awareness without distraction. Robot sensed the balance of adaptability and patience, understanding how attentive observation required both noticing and accepting the ephemeral nature of the environment. The classroom, in its soft lighting, gentle sounds, and layered sensory input, had become more than a site of formal learning. It was a space of reflective engagement, of careful observation, and of subtle interaction between human attention and environmental nuance. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones were fully immersed, their awareness extending from the lesson itself to the delicate interplay of light, sound, shadow, and reflection that surrounded them. The soft patter of rain persisted, its rhythm forming an almost hypnotic backdrop to the classroom's subdued activity. Each droplet on the window pane seemed to mark a subtle heartbeat of the day, blending with whispers, pencil scratches, and the occasional rustle of papers. Socks noticed how the sound shifted slightly as the rain fell more heavily in some spots and lightly in others, a gentle variation that added texture to the auditory environment. Mitch tilted his head, absorbing the pattern, and Robot Jones noted the human tendency to synchronize attention with subtle external rhythms. Light continued to diffuse through the clouded sky, scattering across desk surfaces and walls. Shadows shifted imperceptibly, converging and separating as students moved. Paper shifted, or the faint breeze swayed a curtain. Socks followed the interplay of light and shadow with quiet fascination, observing how even the smallest movements altered perception. Mitch's gaze moved in tandem, tracing the subtle reflections in polished desks and notebook covers. Robot registered these layered observations, cataloging the connection between patient attention and perceptual detail. The faint scent of rain lingered in the air, mingling with the subtle aroma of pencil erasers, wooden desks, and paper. Robot detected how these olfactory cues reinforced the meditative rhythm of the classroom, providing a grounding presence that complemented visual and auditory perception. Each sensory element, smell, sight, sound, worked in harmony, creating an immersive, layered environment that fostered calm, curiosity, and attentive engagement. Socks adjusted his position slightly, leaning forward to observe a reflection in a corner of his desk. Mitch mirrored the adjustment, noting how the angle of light created temporary shapes that shifted with movement. Robot perceived the subtle interplay between human adjustment and environmental change, understanding that these micro-observations were integral to the rhythm of reflective learning. Even minor gestures, a tilt of the head, a shift in posture, a light touch on paper contributed to the evolving tapestry of perception and focus. The teacher spoke with measured cadence, allowing moments of silence between instructions and explanations. These pauses were not empty, but filled with opportunity for reflection, for absorption of detail, and for subtle observation of the environment. Robot sensed how the deliberate pacing encouraged attentiveness without stress, allowing students to engage fully with both the lesson and the surrounding sensory landscape. Socks and Mitch exchanged fleeting, silent glances, acknowledging shared observations without interrupting the meditative atmosphere. A small nod toward a reflection, a subtle hand movement to indicate alignment with light patterns, or a gentle adjustment of posture. These understated gestures communicated curiosity, engagement, and attentive participation. Robot cataloged the interplay, recognizing how nonverbal cues supported collaboration and shared focus in a gentle, unobtrusive manner. The soft hum of fluorescent lights blended seamlessly with rain and ambient classroom sounds. Pencils scratched lightly, pages turned with care, and chairs creaked faintly under the movement of students. Shadows shifted in response to each micro-movement, forming temporary compositions on desks, walls, and the floor. Socks and Mitch observed these changes patiently, noting patterns, contrasts, and subtle shifts that were almost imperceptible, yet full of quiet fascination. Even the smallest disturbances, a ripple from a raindrop hitting a puddle, reflected on the window, and the sway of a hanging curtain, the faint shadow of a bird outside drew attention without distraction. Socks and Mitch integrated these transient elements into their awareness, demonstrating adaptability and mindfulness. Robot noted the elegance of this balanced engagement, noticing, adjusting, observing, and reflecting in harmony with an environment alive with subtle detail. Time seemed to stretch in the classroom, each passing moment offering new observations, small insights, and quiet satisfaction. The interplay of light, sound, shadow, and reflection created a space rich in subtle phenomena, encouraging students to dwell in perception, to notice what might otherwise go unseen, and to cultivate gentle curiosity. Robot sensed that this extended awareness was itself a form of learning, not just academic, but sensory, reflective, and deeply immersive. The soft murmur of learning enveloped the room completely. Words, gestures, light, shadows, and ambient sounds coalesced into a rhythm that was both structured and fluid, guiding attention and supporting mindfulness. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved within this rhythm, fully present, fully attentive, and fully engaged. The classroom was no longer merely a site of instruction. It had become a sanctuary of observation, reflection, and quiet curiosity, where every minor detail offered subtle joy and a sense of connection to the surrounding world. Socks shifted slightly in his seat, noticing how the soft, muted light from the rain-speckled windows created patterns across the pages of his notebook. Shadows fell gently over letters and diagrams, altering their appearance with each subtle adjustment of posture or angle. Mitch, sitting beside him, followed the same subtle shifts with attentive eyes, tracing how reflections moved across the polished desk surface. Robot Jones observed quietly, cataloging each micro-movement, each shift in attention, and how small changes in the environment influenced perception and engagement. The rain outside formed a continuous, gentle rhythm, a soft percussion that harmonized perfectly with the faint sounds of paper turning, pencils scratching, and occasional whispers. Each droplet seemed to mark a moment in time, its arrival providing a grounding beat that encouraged focus and reflection. Robot detected how human attention responded to this gentle layering of auditory cues, allowing students to integrate external rhythm with cognitive and sensory engagement seamlessly. Socks leaned forward slightly, his fingers tracing a line across a page as he followed the patterns of light and shadow. Mitch mirrored the action, adjusting posture to capture the nuances of reflection on his own desk. Robot perceived the subtle dance between attention, movement, and perception, a choreography of quiet observation that enriched the classroom experience. Even the smallest gestures, a tilt of the head, a shift in gaze, or the repositioning of hands were part of the ongoing rhythm of mindful learning. The faint aroma of rain mingled with the smell of pencils, paper, and polished wood, creating a multi-sensory environment that anchored awareness. Robot sensed how these olfactory cues subtly reinforced calm and focus, intertwining with visual and auditory stimuli to create a holistic, immersive experience. Each sense contributed to a layered perception, enabling students to dwell fully in both the lesson and the ambient environment. Socks and Mitch occasionally exchanged brief, silent gestures, a tilt of the head, a glance toward a shared observation, a subtle alignment of posture. These unspoken communications strengthened their connection, forming a quiet network of shared awareness and curiosity. Robot cataloged these interactions, recognizing their role in fostering collaborative focus without interrupting the calm, reflective pace of the classroom. The soft hum of fluorescent lights above merged seamlessly with ambient sounds, the patter of rain, faint pencil scratches, rustling paper, and whispered exchanges. Shadows and reflections shifted subtly across walls, floors, and desks with each small movement, creating a dynamic, constantly evolving visual environment. Socks and Mitch observed these transient patterns with patience and quiet fascination, attuned to impermanence and the subtle beauty of change. Even the smallest disturbances, the ripple of a raindrop hitting a window, the sway of a curtain, or a flicker of sunlight through a moving cloud captured their attention. They integrated these transient elements into their observation, balancing focus with adaptability. Robot perceived the elegance of this engagement, where noticing, adjusting, and reflecting merged seamlessly into the rhythm of learning. The classroom felt like a living organism, each movement, sound, and reflection contributing to its vitality. Socks and Mitch's presence enhanced the quiet dynamics, their careful attention amplifying the depth of experience. Robot sensed that learning was not confined to the lesson alone. It extended into every sensory encounter, every observation, and every moment of reflection. The space had become a sanctuary for subtle, layered awareness. Time slowed as Socks and Mitch continued their quiet attentiveness. The interplay of light, shadow, sound, and scent created an intricate web of perception, inviting patient observation and gentle curiosity. Robot cataloged the unfolding environment, noting how humans drew meaning from ephemeral, delicate phenomena, finding calm and satisfaction in their attentive engagement. The soft murmur of learning persisted, enveloping the classroom in a meditative rhythm. Words, gestures, light, reflections, and ambient sounds intertwined, forming a gentle cadence that guided awareness. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved fluidly within this rhythm, fully present, fully engaged, and fully attentive. The classroom had transformed into a haven of observation and reflection, where even the smallest detail held the potential for discovery, understanding, and quiet joy. Socks tilted his head slightly, observing how light shifted across the surface of his notebook as he wrote. Each subtle change created fleeting patterns across the page, highlighting letters and diagrams with a delicate, almost fleeting brilliance. Mitch mirrored the action, following reflections and shadows that danced along the polished surface of his desk. Robot Jones cataloged the movements quietly, noting the intricate relationship between attention, posture, and perception. Every micro-adjustment added depth to their engagement, reinforcing the meditative rhythm of learning. The rain outside persisted, a gentle, steady rhythm that intertwined with the ambient sounds of the classroom. Each droplet striking the window pane formed a soft, consistent beat, harmonizing with whispers, rustling paper, and the faint scratch of pencils on paper. Robot noted how this continuous, layered auditory environment guided attention subtly, fostering both calm and focus. The students, immersed in their tasks, seemed to flow seamlessly within this rhythm, integrating sensory cues into their reflective engagement. Socks's fingers traced lightly over the surface of his notebook, following diagrams and text as his eyes tracked the subtle changes in shadows and reflections. Mitch, seated nearby, adjusted his posture slightly, ensuring optimal alignment with the shifting patterns of light across his own workspace. Robot observed the synchronization of subtle gestures and attentiveness, understanding how focused observation could enhance both perception and cognitive absorption. Each small, deliberate action contributed to a layered, reflective experience. The classroom carried a faint, grounding scent, rain mingling with paper, pencil erasers, and polished desks. Robot noted how these olfactory cues provided stability for attention, enriching the meditative environment. Each sense, sight, sound, smell worked in concert to deepen engagement, allowing Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones to inhabit the moment fully, integrating both structured learning and reflective observation. Socks and Mitch occasionally exchanged slight, understated gestures, a nod toward a shared insight, a shift of gaze toward a reflection, a subtle hand movement indicating alignment with a pattern of light. These unspoken communications created a quiet network of understanding, reinforcing focus, curiosity, and collaborative awareness. Robot cataloged these interactions, recognizing the elegance of nonverbal coordination in supporting immersive, calm engagement. Soft hums from overhead lights blended seamlessly with ambient sounds, the gentle patter of rain, pencil scratches, rustling paper, and hushed whispers. Shadows shifted subtly across desks, walls, and floors, responding to each minor motion. Socks and Mitch observed these changes with quiet patience, their attention attuned to impermanence and the subtle beauty found in continuous, fleeting transformations. Robot noted how the human mind could find fascination in such transient phenomena, deriving calm and satisfaction from careful observation. Even minor disturbances are rippled in a reflection. A flicker of light through a moving curtain. A passing shadow became points of observation rather than distraction. Socks and Mitch adapted effortlessly, integrating these changes into their awareness, balancing focus with responsiveness. Robot sensed the sophistication of this attentional flexibility, where noticing, adjusting, and reflecting merged seamlessly into the quiet rhythm of the classroom. Space itself seemed alive, each movement, sound, and reflection contributing to an understated but intricate dance. Socks and Mitch's presence accentuated the subtle dynamics of the room, their attentive engagement amplifying the depth of observation. Robot recognized that learning extended beyond structured instruction, encompassing every sensory input, every fleeting pattern, and every moment of reflective attention. Time moved differently here. Each minute offered opportunities for noticing subtle transformations. Light bending across a page, shadow merging with reflection, the faint rhythmic tapping of rain on windows. Socks and Mitch absorbed each detail, cultivating curiosity and patience, while Robot cataloged these observations as markers of human perceptual and cognitive engagement. The classroom, once an ordinary space, had become a sanctuary for quiet attentiveness and mindful observation. The soft murmur of learning continued, a meditative rhythm that enveloped the room. Words, gestures, reflections, sounds, and shadows intertwined, creating a layered cadence that guided awareness. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved fluidly within this rhythm, fully present and fully attentive. The classroom had transformed into a space where reflection, discovery, and quiet curiosity coexisted with structured learning, and where even the smallest details offered opportunities for subtle joy and understanding. Socks shifted slightly in his seat, his eyes following the subtle play of shadows across his notebook. The light, filtered through the rain-speckled windows, created delicate variations that shifted imperceptibly with every movement of his hand, every tilt of his head. Mitch mirrored these subtle adjustments, watching reflections dance across the polished surfaces of his own desk, tracing ephemeral lines that seemed almost alive. Robot Jones observed silently, recording the intricate interplay between attention, perception, and micro-movement, noting how such small details contributed to a deeply immersive experience. The rain outside maintained its gentle rhythm, tapping steadily against the window panes. Each droplet's soft percussion merged with the ambient sounds of the classroom, the faint scratch of pencil on paper, rustling pages, soft whispers, and occasional shifts in posture. Robot sensed how this layered auditory environment naturally guided focus, creating a steady, calming cadence that allowed attention to flow uninterrupted. The students immersed in the lesson and their quiet observations moved in harmony with this subtle rhythm, their actions synchronizing effortlessly with the surrounding sensory cues. Sock's fingers traced lightly over diagrams and notes, following the subtle curves of letters and lines. Mitch adjusted his posture to capture the nuances of reflections across his own desk surface. Robot noted the synergy between micro-gestures and attention, recognizing that each small movement was part of a continuous feedback loop. Observing prompted adjustment. Adjustment prompted further observation, and reflection deepened understanding. Even the most minor actions, a tilt of the head, a small repositioning of hands, a shift in gaze contributed to this immersive, meditative engagement. The classroom carried a faint, grounding scent. Rain mingled with the aroma of paper, erasers, and polished wood. Robot noted how this olfactory layer reinforced the meditative environment, anchoring awareness while enhancing sensory richness. Sight, sound, and smell converged to create a holistic experience, supporting focus, reflection, and gentle curiosity. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones seemed to inhabit the moment fully, integrating structured learning with attentive perception of subtle environmental nuances. Brief, understated gestures passed between Socks and Mitch, a nod toward a shared insight, a glance at a reflection, a gentle hand movement to indicate alignment with the pattern of light. These silent communications formed a quiet network of collaboration, reinforcing attentive focus without disturbing the contemplative rhythm. Robot cataloged these interactions, noting how nonverbal coordination strengthened engagement, trust, and shared awareness within the classroom. Soft hums from the fluorescent lights blended seamlessly with the rain and ambient classroom sounds. Shadows shifted slowly across desks, walls, and floors, responding to each minor motion. Socks and Mitch observed these transformations with patient curiosity, attuned to impermanence and the subtle beauty of fleeting patterns. Robot sensed how even minor, transient phenomena could captivate attention, cultivating both focus and calm in equal measure. Even small disruptions, the ripple of a reflection, a fleeting shadow, or a flicker of light through a curtain, became elements to notice rather than distractions. Socks and Mitch integrated these changes into their awareness seamlessly, balancing focus with adaptability. Robot recognized the sophistication of this attentional skill, the ability to perceive, adapt, and remain fully engaged within an evolving environment. The classroom itself seemed alive, each gesture, shadow, and sound contributing to an intricate, understated rhythm. Socks and Mitch's mindful presence amplified the richness of observation, creating a shared, immersive experience. Robot recorded how learning extended beyond textbooks and instruction, encompassing sensory engagement, reflective attention, and the subtle wonder of noticing ephemeral patterns. Time slowed in the classroom. Every passing minute offered new opportunities to observe changes, light shifting across paper, shadows blending with reflections, the gentle rhythm of raindrops against glass. Socks and Mitch absorbed these moments fully, cultivating patience, curiosity, and attentive awareness. Robot perceived that this ongoing engagement was itself a form of learning, sensory, reflective, and deeply immersive. The soft murmur of learning persisted, enveloping the classroom in a gentle cadence. Words, gestures, reflections, sounds, and shadows intertwined, creating an intricate rhythm that guided attention. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved within this flow, fully present, fully attentive, and fully engaged. The classroom had transformed into a sanctuary of reflection, discovery, and quiet curiosity, where even the most subtle details offered opportunities for insight, wonder, and gentle satisfaction. As the lesson progressed, Socks and Mitch remained fully attuned to the environment, noticing how even minor shifts in light and shadow transformed the appearance of the classroom. Reflections in polished desks rippled subtly with movement, while the soft gradient of light from the rain-speckled windows shifted imperceptibly over time. Robot Jones cataloged these nuanced observations, understanding that human attention often gravitated toward the delicate interplay of impermanence and pattern, finding fascination in even the most fleeting phenomena. The rain continued its steady rhythm, a gentle, comforting percussion against the windows. Each droplet contributed to the layered soundscape, a soft murmur that wove together with pencil scratches, pages turning, and whispered exchanges. Socks and Mitch seemed to move in sync with this subtle cadence, their gestures and attention flowing naturally with the quiet rhythm of the classroom. Robot sensed how the overlapping sensory inputs, sound, light, shadow, and subtle movement created an immersive and calming environment, enhancing both focus and reflective awareness. Small gestures passed quietly between Socks and Mitch, a glance toward a reflection, a subtle nod to mark understanding, a gentle tilt of the head. These understated communications strengthened their shared attention, reinforcing connection without disrupting the meditative pace of the classroom. Robot observed the elegance of this non-verbal collaboration, noting how it allowed both engagement and mindfulness to coexist seamlessly within the learning space. The faint aroma of rain, paper, and polished wood lingered in the air, anchoring awareness and complementing the visual and auditory layers of the environment. Robot detected how these sensory cues enriched perception, grounding the students' focus while creating an atmosphere that encouraged curiosity, patience, and quiet observation. Each sense, sight, sound, and smell intertwined to form a rich, multi-layered tapestry that supported reflective engagement. Shadows and reflections continued their subtle dance, shifting with each minor movement. Socks followed the patterns attentively, noticing how light bent across desk edges and how fleeting reflections created temporary, intricate designs. Mitch mirrored the observation, adjusting posture to fully capture the ephemeral patterns before them. Robot cataloged the interactions, recognizing how focused attention on small, transient details fostered both calm and a sense of wonder. Even the smallest disturbances, the ripple of a reflection, the sway of a curtain, a fleeting shadow from a passing student, became opportunities for careful observation rather than distraction. Socks and Mitch adapted gracefully, incorporating these changes into their awareness while maintaining a gentle rhythm of attention. Robot recognized this as a hallmark of mindful engagement, an ability to remain present, to notice, and to reflect without tension or haste. The classroom felt alive with the subtle dynamics. Every gesture, shadow, reflection, and sound contributed to an intricate, understated pattern that flowed through the room. Socks and Mitch's careful attention amplified these nuances, creating an immersive experience that extended beyond structured instruction. Robot observed how learning encompassed both tangible knowledge and the reflective awareness of environmental subtleties, demonstrating that insight could emerge from even the most ordinary settings. Time seemed to expand as Socks and Mitch continued their patient attentiveness. Each moment offered new discoveries, the bending of light across a notebook, the merging of shadows and reflections, the gentle cadence of raindrops against the windows. These fleeting phenomena were integrated seamlessly into their awareness, cultivating curiosity, focus, and a meditative engagement with the world around them. Robot sensed that this extended observation was a form of learning itself, enriching both perception and understanding. The soft murmur of learning persisted, enveloping the classroom in a delicate, meditative rhythm. Words, gestures, reflections, and shadows intertwined, creating a layered cadence that guided attention and fostered calm. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved fluidly within this environment, fully present and fully engaged. The classroom had transformed into a sanctuary of reflection, observation, and quiet curiosity, a place where even the smallest Most subtle details offered opportunities for insight, wonder, and gentle satisfaction. As the period neared its end, a lingering sense of calm remained in the room. Shadows rested gently across desks, reflections shimmered faintly on polished surfaces, and the soft percussion of rain continued its quiet rhythm. Socks and Mitch rose slowly, their awareness still tuned to the subtle beauty of the space they had inhabited. Robot Jones registered the lasting impression. Even in the midst of structured learning, moments of attentive reflection, gentle observation, and patient engagement could create a rich, immersive experience that extended far beyond the confines of time, leaving a subtle yet enduring sense of calm and wonder. The rain outside had softened to a gentle, rhythmic drizzle, each drop tapping lightly against the window panes like a delicate heartbeat of the world beyond. Soft light filtered through the misted glass, spreading pale, fluid patterns across the classroom walls, desks, and the polished floor. The air smelled faintly of damp earth, paper, and pencil erasers, a layered, comforting aroma that seemed to anchor every thought and sensation. Robot Jones noted the subtle shift in energy, a sense of calm that had deepened from the earlier observation and learning, settling into a steady, meditative stillness. Socks and Mitch lingered for a moment, gazing out the window at the shifting shades of gray and silver as rain traced fleeting paths down the glass. Robot observed the slight curvature of their heads, the soft widening of eyes as they absorbed patterns of droplets colliding and merging, a miniature world forming and dissolving before them. The scene outside mirrored the quiet wonder within the classroom, transient, delicate, endlessly fascinating. Every micro-movement, the twitch of a finger, the tilt of a head, the subtle shift of posture was a silent gesture of attentiveness, a quiet acknowledgement of the richness of each passing moment. Light danced across surfaces, refracted through droplets clinging to the glass, casting faint spectral fragments onto notebooks and desks. Socks traced one of these small reflections with his fingertip, watching it stretch and bend. And Mitch adjusted his angle slightly to catch the fleeting shimmer from another perspective. Robot cataloged each observation, understanding that these tiny acts of curiosity, gestures, almost invisible in their subtlety, were integral to human experience. They bridged perception and wonder, blending cognition with emotion, awareness with delight. The classroom was still, yet alive with quiet rhythm. The soft hum of fluorescent lights blended effortlessly with the drizzle, the scratch of pencils, and the faint shifting of pages. Shadows lingered, stretching and receding as clouds moved and rain patterns shifted, forming intricate, impermanent mosaics across walls and floors. Robot perceived the elegance in this interplay of light, shadow, and reflection, how even the most ordinary moments could unfold with beauty if observed with patience and gentle focus. Socks leaned forward, fingertips brushing a notebook page, eyes alternating between diagrams and the rain-streaked window. Mitch's posture mirrored a similar attentiveness, his gaze tracing subtle reflections and shifting shadows across the desk. Even without speaking, a quiet harmony existed between them, a shared awareness, a synchronized curiosity, a mutual appreciation for subtle beauty. Robot registered the depth of this connection, recognizing that human presence and observation could transform ordinary spaces into sanctuaries of reflective engagement. Outside, the drizzle created miniature rivers along the window, each one moving with its own gentle urgency before dissolving into rivulets. Socks watched as tiny beads of water merged, then separated again, forming fleeting, fragile patterns that mirrored the impermanence of thought observation, and time itself. Mitch's eyes followed a separate path of droplets, noting the interplay of light, shadow, and motion. Robot sensed the subtle lesson embedded in these observations. That even transient phenomena held value, beauty, and meaning when met with patience and attentiveness. The faint scent of damp air mixed with the classroom's familiar aromas, creating a multi-layered sensory canvas that seemed to slow time itself. Robot noted the synergy of smell, sight, and sound, and how it deepened the immersive quality of the moment. Socks and Mitch appeared wholly absorbed, as if the boundaries between themselves, the classroom, and the soft, rainy world outside had dissolved into a single, interconnected experience. Even minor details did not go unnoticed. A small puddle reflecting light from a window, a shadow sliding imperceptibly across a polished desk, the quiet ripple of rain striking leaves beyond the glass. Socks tilted his head slightly, capturing these ephemeral patterns in his gaze, while Mitch mirrored the gesture with quiet, unspoken acknowledgement. Robot cataloged the nuances of attention, noting how such subtle focus could foster calm, curiosity, and reflective insight simultaneously. The soft murmur of the classroom continued, a tapestry of light, shadow, movement, and sound. Words, gestures, and reflections intertwined simultaneously with the drizzle outside, creating a fluid rhythm that guided attention without forcing it. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved through this rhythm effortlessly, present in the moment, attentive to each micro detail, yet calm, serene, and wholly immersed in the gentle pulse of the day. Sock's gaze lingered on the droplets trickling down the window, tracing their unpredictable paths as they merged, split, and reformed into new patterns. Each movement was subtle yet mesmerizing, a dance of impermanence that captured the full attention of the observer. Mitch followed the shifting reflections, noticing how the light refracted through water to form tiny, flickering spectrums across his notebook. Robot Jones cataloged these subtle phenomena, noting the human tendency to find fascination and quiet satisfaction in patterns that existed only briefly, yet left lasting impressions in awareness and memory. The classroom itself seemed to breathe softly, synchronized with the gentle rhythm of the rain. The hum of fluorescent lights blended seamlessly with the muted scratching of pencils and the soft rustling of papers. Shadows stretched and contracted across walls and floors as light shifted through the rain-soaked windows. Every minor movement, a flick of a hand, a subtle adjustment in posture. The shifting focus of an eye became part of the room's fluid choreography. Robot perceived this elegance, appreciating how attentive observation transformed ordinary moments into profound experiences of quiet beauty. Socks lightly tapped his fingers against the notebook, a small gesture echoing the rhythm of the rain. Mitch mirrored the subtle motion, not in unison, but in gentle complement, their awareness harmonizing with the environment rather than dominating it. Robot noted how shared attention could cultivate a quiet, unspoken bond, a connection that needed no words, only presence, curiosity, and gentle observation. The space felt almost sacred in its simplicity, a room where light, shadow, sound, and reflection coexisted in perfect, understated harmony. Outside, the rain slowed further, forming delicate ripples along the puddles beneath the window. Each droplet reflected light differently, creating a transient mosaic of glimmers that shifted endlessly. Socks watched a particularly small bead of water spiral downward, its path tracing a delicate arc before dissolving into the streak of a larger puddle. Mitch followed another droplet, noting its shimmering trail as it refracted the classroom's muted light. Robot sensed the contemplative focus these observations inspired, understanding how minute details could occupy the mind fully while simultaneously fostering calm and introspection. The faint scent of damp air lingered, mingling with the comforting aromas of paper, pencil, and polished wood. Robot registered the layered sensory experience, noting how smell, sight, and sound interwove seamlessly to create a deeply immersive environment. Socks and Mitch seemed to inhabit this space entirely, moving through their attention with patience and subtle curiosity. Each micro-observation, from the smallest shadow to the softest sound, became an opportunity to pause, reflect, and connect with the world around them. Even fleeting phenomena captured their notice. A shadow flitting across a wall, the ripple of light over a polished desk, the gentle shimmer of a raindrop reflecting a spectrum of colors. Socks tilted his head slightly, following the patterns with delicate focus, while Mitch adjusted posture to capture the nuances from a different perspective. Robot cataloged these subtle gestures, appreciating the human capacity for detailed observation, reflection, and quiet wonder, even within the confines of a familiar classroom. The rhythm of the classroom light, shadow, movement, and sound continued to flow naturally. Words from the teacher, whispers, page turns, and pencil scratches intertwined with the soft percussion of rain, creating a layered meditative tapestry. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved through this rhythm effortlessly, fully present and fully engaged in a state of calm, attentive observation. Each gesture, glance, and micro-movement contributed to an unspoken symphony of presence, awareness, and curiosity. Time seemed to stretch and flow with the rhythm of the rain. Each passing moment offered opportunities to notice small, transient patterns, reflections shifting across a notebook, shadows blending with light, the gentle ripple of raindrops on leaves outside. Socks and Mitch absorbed these ephemeral phenomena with patience, cultivating both curiosity and introspection. Robot sensed that these subtle experiences were themselves forms of learning, shaping perception, focus, and a reflective engagement with the world that extended beyond the classroom walls. The soft murmur of the environment enveloped the room entirely. Words, gestures, reflections, and shadows merged with the gentle rainfall to form a delicate, continuous cadence that guided attention. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved fluidly within this rhythm, fully present, fully attentive, and fully immersed in the gentle pulse of the day. The classroom had transformed into a sanctuary of observation, reflection, and serene curiosity, a space where even the smallest details could evoke insight, wonder, and quiet joy. Socks tilted his head, studying the delicate play of light as it refracted through the remaining raindrops on the window. Tiny prisms of color shimmered briefly before fading, each one a fleeting spark of brilliance in an otherwise muted, silvery world. Mitch's eyes followed a separate path of droplets, tracing the subtle arcs and curves as water met glass, observing how shadows stretched and merged with each passing ripple. Robot Jones cataloged every motion with quiet fascination, understanding that the human mind often found profound satisfaction in noticing impermanent patterns and appreciating transient beauty. The classroom seemed to breathe along with the rhythm of the rain. The soft hum of fluorescent lights blended with the gentle tapping of droplets, forming a background rhythm that anchored attention while allowing thoughts to drift comfortably between observation and reflection. The faint rustling of paper, the subtle scratching of pencils, and occasional whispers formed a secondary layer, a gentle counterpoint to the rain's cadence, enhancing the depth of the sensory experience. Socks shifted slightly, leaning closer to the window to capture a particularly intricate reflection, his fingers brushing lightly across the notebook, as if tracing the path of the droplets themselves. Mitch mirrored the motion, adjusting posture to optimize his perspective, while Robot observed the synchronization of attention, movement, and curiosity. Each minor adjustment, each gentle gesture, was part of an unspoken dialogue with the environment, an ongoing exchange between observer and observed, where every detail held significance. Outside, the rain had slowed to a soft mist, leaving behind shimmering traces on leaves, puddles, and the smooth surfaces of the playground. Socks noticed a small puddle reflecting the gray sky, rippling gently with each passing droplet. Mitch followed another patch of water where reflections of trees and clouds intermingled, creating a fluid, ever-changing mosaic. Robot perceived the contemplative focus these observations inspired, recognizing how micro-details could occupy attention fully while fostering serenity and mindfulness. The classroom's air carried a delicate blend of scents: rain-dampened earth, polished wood, paper, and faint traces of pencil. Robot noted how the combination of olfactory, auditory, and visual stimuli worked together to create a multi-dimensional environment, enriching both attention and reflection. Socks and Mitch appeared wholly immersed, their awareness bridging the internal and external world in a seamless state of calm observation. Even the smallest, most transient elements demanded notice: a shadow flickering across a desk, a shimmering reflection, the ripple of a droplet in a puddle. Socks traced the movement with gentle focus, adjusting posture to capture each nuance, while Mitch observed from a complementary angle, attuned to subtle shifts in light and texture. Robot cataloged these micro-perceptions, understanding that the depth of human experience often arose from attention to fleeting, delicate phenomena, each moment leaving a lasting imprint on awareness. Soft murmurs of activity continued to weave through the classroom. The teachers measured instructions, pencil marks on paper, pages turning with care, the subtle shifting of chairs. Shadows and light danced across the space, responding to each minor motion, creating transient compositions that were rich in texture and pattern. Socks and Mitch observed these subtle dynamics with patient curiosity, finding beauty in impermanence and joy in reflection. Robot registered the elegance of this interplay, appreciating how even ordinary moments could hold extraordinary significance when met with attentive presence. The rhythm of the classroom sound, movement, light, and shadow unfolded in gentle layers. Each gesture, glance, and minor movement contributed to an intricate, unspoken symphony of focus and awareness. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved naturally within this rhythm, their attention harmonized with the surrounding environment. The interplay of sensory cues and mindful observation created a serene, immersive atmosphere, reinforcing calm, curiosity, and reflective engagement. Time itself seemed to stretch with the quiet cadence of the day. Every second offered opportunities for noticing: the bending of light, the merging of shadows and reflections, the subtle patterns created by lingering raindrops. Socks and Mitch absorbed these phenomena with patience, cultivating a contemplative state that blurred the line between observation and reflection. Robot recognized that such attentiveness was a profound form of learning, one that extended beyond academics, reaching into perception, awareness, and the quiet delight of discovery. The classroom now existed as a sanctuary, a space where light, shadow, sound, and reflection intertwined effortlessly. Socks, Mitch, and Robot Jones moved within the sanctuary, fully engaged, fully attentive, and wholly present. Even the most delicate details offered opportunities for insight, wonder, and satisfaction, creating a profound sense of calm and serenity that lingered long after the rain had softened. The rain outside began to shift into a softer drizzle, its rhythm slower, more deliberate. Each drop seemed to fall with intention, hitting the window with a faint, almost melodic note. The puddles in the courtyard rippled gently, their surfaces now calmer, disturbed only by the occasional widening ring from a single raindrop. Robot Jones adjusted his internal auditory sensors, fine-tuning them to capture the full nuance of this sound. To him, it was a precise sequence of frequencies and amplitudes. But watching Socks and Mitch, he realized it was more than data, it was a backdrop to thought. A sound that seemed to slow time and cradle the mind into a gentler pace. Mitch traced his finger lightly along the edge of the desk, following its grain as if mapping out a hidden path. Socks sat with his chin resting in his hand, eyes half-lidded but focused, as though his mind hovered between wakefulness and a pleasant daydream. The two of them seemed entirely at ease, as if the world beyond the classroom walls had paused, waiting patiently for them to return whenever they were ready. A faint beam of light emerged between clouds outside, filtering into the classroom and catching tiny specks of dust in the air. These specks floated lazily, illuminated for a brief moment before drifting back into the shadows. Robot observed their motion slow, unpredictable, yet somehow graceful. Socks noticed them too, his gaze following their lazy spirals, as though each speck were a tiny world drifting through space. Mitch leaned slightly toward the window, his eyes narrowing at the way the light had softened the rain, turning the drops into faint, glittering lines. Somewhere across the room, the hum of an electric heater came alive, adding a low, steady tone to the atmosphere. It was not intrusive, instead. It seemed to blend into the tapestry of sounds, complementing the drizzle's rhythm. The air felt a degree warmer, the kind of warmth that encourages the body to relax into a chair and let the mind wander without urgency. Robot detected a subtle shift in Sock's breathing, slower, deeper, matching the tempo of the environment. Mitch's posture had loosened as well, his shoulders no longer tense. The scene felt almost like a shared meditation, an unspoken agreement to simply be present. The faint scratching of pencils from other students sounded almost like rain's smaller cousin, keeping its own soft rhythm in the background. Socks eventually glanced at the clock, not out of impatience, but as if to confirm that time had indeed slowed down. Mitch caught the glance and smiled faintly, as though the act of checking the time was part of the calm routine rather than a break from it. Robot Jones observed that this was the kind of moment human beings rarely noticed when it was happening, yet often remembered fondly later without realizing why. Outside, a breeze stirred through the wet leaves of the courtyard trees, sending a few drops sliding from their branches. The sound was delicate, almost hidden, but it carried a certain crispness that contrasted with the softer patter of the rain. Socks turned his head toward the window, catching the movement in the leaves, and Mitch's eyes followed shortly after. Their shared attention created an invisible thread between them, linking their experience without words. The light from outside continued to shift, turning from pale gray to a slightly warmer hue. It was still subdued, filtered through layers of cloud, but now there was a softness that suggested the rain might end soon. Robot processed this as a probability precipitation decreasing over the next 18 minutes. But for Socks and Mitch, it was more of a feeling, a gentle nudge that hinted the day would eventually change, though there was no need to hurry toward that change. The smell of damp clothing had mostly faded now, replaced by the scent of warm paper and the faint trace of pencil shavings. Robot's sensory systems flagged this as a change in olfactory balance, but it also logged the subtle connection between sense and mood. The warmth of the room, the softness of the rain, and these delicate smells created a layered sensory experience that even Robot could appreciate in his own way. Somewhere in the hall, Footsteps echoed faintly before disappearing again, as if the building itself exhaled in the quiet. Socks looked toward the door briefly, then returned to watching the drifting dust in the sunbeam. Mitch followed a raindrop's slow descent down the glass until it joined another and slid out of sight. The rhythm of their observations seemed endless, unhurried, and deeply satisfying. Robot Jones realized that this was not simply waiting for recess to pass. This was recess itself. Not the loud, active kind that involved playgrounds and shouts, but the kind that unfolded in the mind, shaped by the quiet joy of noticing. The hallway beyond the classroom door was quiet now, only interrupted by the occasional creak of the building settling or the distant murmur of voices from another room. The kind of quiet that seemed to expand the space, making every small sound a pencil tap, a page turning feel more distinct. It was as though the school itself had decided to match the rain's slow rhythm. Robot Jones took in the scene through a combination of sight, sound, and thermal mapping. He noted the slight warmth gathering near the heater, the way the cooler air still lingered closer to the windows, and how Socks and Mitch instinctively shifted their chairs ever so slightly toward the warmer side without realizing it. Human comfort patterns, he thought, subtle and self-correcting. Socks had begun idly tracing shapes on the condensation that clung to the lower part of the window. At first, they were simple circles, but gradually they became small, interconnected patterns, each one disappearing slowly as the warmth from inside erased it. Mitch leaned forward to watch, his expression relaxed, as if the act of watching the foggy glass clear was as interesting as any conversation. Robot logged the condensation's evaporation speed, but he also found himself watching, not for data collection, but for the way each cleared patch seemed to reveal a slightly different shade of gray in the sky. Beyond the glass, the rain's steady drizzle was now barely audible, more of a whisper than a patter. The puddles in the courtyard had stopped dancing wildly and now only shivered slightly when struck by the occasional drop. From somewhere near the back of the room came the faint rustle of a jacket being adjusted, followed by a long, contented sigh. The sound fit seamlessly into the atmosphere as though it belonged there. Socks glanced up from his foggy patterns just in time to see a thin beam of sunlight break through the clouds. It landed on the edge of Mitch's desk, warming a stack of lined paper until the top sheet curled just slightly. Robot tilted his head toward the light, registering the increase in brightness. The sunlight was faint, filtered, but it gave the room a softness that made the desks and chairs seem less rigid, more welcoming. He detected micro-adjustments in the postures of those nearby, leaning toward the glow, subtle but unmistakable. For a few minutes, the three of them simply existed in that shared space, without urgency or expectation. Socks leaned back, resting his head against the chair, his gaze fixed somewhere between the window and the ceiling. Mitch tapped his fingers gently on the desk, not in impatience, but in a slow, unhurried rhythm that seemed to mirror the pace of the rain. Robot's processors hummed steadily, but even his data streams felt less rushed, as though the pace of the day had rewired the cadence of his internal functions. Outside, the wind stirred again, this time carrying with it the scent of wet earth. The faint fragrance seeped in through a narrow crack in the old window frame. Socks seemed to notice it too, his nose twitching slightly before he smiled, almost imperceptibly. Mitch looked toward the window as if he could see the smell itself drifting in. Robot recorded the change in air composition, identifying organic compounds associated with soil and foliage petrichor, the humans called it. A word that seemed to hold as much poetry as science. The beam of sunlight outside wavered as clouds passed, dimming and brightening in a gentle cycle. Each change altered the tone of the room's light by the smallest degree, but enough to make it feel like the space itself was breathing. Socks continued to watch the shifting brightness while Mitch's attention returned to the desk, where he began folding the corner of a page into a tiny triangle. Robot sensors focused on the precise movement, the deliberate care with which Mitch pressed each fold. When the page was folded to his liking, Mitch set it down and simply looked at it for a moment, as if it were a finished creation worth pausing to appreciate. Socks leaned over slightly to see it, nodded once, and returned to the window. No words exchanged, but the meaning was clear. Small actions had weight here, in this kind of day. The rain outside had slowed to the point where it was barely visible, the drops now almost indistinguishable from the mist that hovered above the ground. The sound had faded too, leaving the room wrapped in a stillness so complete that the faint ticking of the wall clock became the dominant rhythm. And in that stillness, Robot Jones realized this was the kind of moment that did not need to be captured, cataloged, or stored in perfect detail. It was enough to simply be in it, letting the slow seconds pass like the gentle drift of clouds above. The soft ticking of the clock continued, marking time in a way that felt almost ornamental rather than urgent. Each tick seemed to blend with the slow breathing of the room, like the two were working in harmony. Socks shifted slightly, pulling his chair a fraction closer to the window as though he wanted to be just a bit nearer to the gray light outside. Mitch glanced at him, then adjusted his own chair so their elbows were just close enough to almost touch. Robot Jones observed these movements with the same quiet interest he'd had all morning. Not as a list of data points, but as an unfolding arrangement of small comforts between friends. A faint gust outside moved a branch into view, scattering droplets from its leaves in a brief shimmer. The droplets caught the thin sunlight, each one flashing for less than a heartbeat before disappearing. It was the kind of detail Robot could record with absolute precision, but he found himself lingering on the visual more than the measurement. The clouds shifted again, this time parting just enough for a richer golden light to slip through. It stretched across the hallway floor in long, soft shapes, warming the old tiles and catching the edges of scattered pencil shavings. Socks smiled faintly at the change, his fingers idly tapping on the windowsill in a slow pattern that matched the tempo of the rain's final drops. Somewhere in the distance, a chair scraped across the floor, followed by a muffled laugh. The sound floated into the hallway, gentle and unintrusive, like a reminder that the rest of the school was still out there, living its own version of this rainy day. But here, in this little stretch of hallway and shared air, time felt separate, slower, quieter, almost as though the rain had pulled them into a different kind of clock altogether. Robot's sensors picked up another change in the air, the smell of drying pavement outside. It was faint, but carried with it a sense of transition, as though the day was moving toward its next chapter without rushing. He noted the shift, but didn't move to record it in full detail. Some things he had learned today could exist perfectly well without being stored forever in his system. Mitch leaned forward, resting his chin on his folded arms, his eyes half closed, not from tiredness, but from the kind of contentment that made the act of watching the world feel enough. Socks stayed by the window, tracing one last shape in the condensation before it cleared completely, leaving only the clean glass between them and the quiet courtyard. Outside, a single bird darted through the drizzle, its feathers catching the soft light. Robot followed it with his gaze until it disappeared beyond the roofline. There was no real reason to watch it, no data to be gathered, only the small satisfaction of seeing something move freely through the day. For a few heartbeats, no one moved. The hallway, the light, the air, all of it felt suspended, as if the rain itself had decided to pause before leaving entirely. Then, without fanfare, the last drops outside slowed to nothing. The mist began to lift, revealing the edges of the playground in sharper detail. The puddles still mirrored the sky, but their ripples had stilled, becoming smooth and glassy. Socks finally leaned back in his chair, giving the faintest sigh, not of impatience, but of acceptance that the quiet part of the day was nearing its end. Mitch straightened too, stretching his arms before resting them on the desk again. Robot Jones didn't move, but a faint, almost imperceptible warmth ran through his processes. He had no term for it in his data banks, but it matched the expression he'd observed on his friends' faces. Somewhere deep in the school, a bell rang, not sharp or jarring, but distant enough to feel like a gentle nudge back into the flow of the day. The sound drifted toward them, touching the edges of their shared calm, but not breaking it completely. The three of them didn't rush to stand. Instead, they let the moment settle, finishing the last few seconds of stillness before the return to footsteps, voices, and movement. Robot Jones made a quiet note in his system, not a technical report, just a single, human-like sentence stored in his own private archive. Some days are made for slow rain, warm light, and friends who don't mind the silence. And with that they rose, each carrying the softness of the rainy recess with them, like a small, invisible thing tucked away for later. And so the rain finally eased, and the school day carried on as if nothing had happened. But for Robot Jones, that quiet recess in the hallway, the rain on the windows, the soft chatter, the feeling of being part of something warm was stored safely in his memory like a little treasure. As you close your eyes tonight, may you find your own rainy recess in your dreams, a place where time slows down and the world feels gentle. Good night, sleep well,